put up that link on Facebook so that people can join the stream. But it's strange that it's no, it's really why it's zero. Oh, that is the cross. Jag såg det som var likadant.
This one is mirrored, but what they have is linked. And this one at the end is mirrored back. So then
That's so cool. It's a live stream. I can just check the links.
You can share it or check it.
Yeah, you can send it to me.
Okay. The link?
The link, and I can check the link, and then I'll share it on the Facebook page.
I'll do it to Facebook already.
This is rocky. Strange.
Yeah, I know. It's strange.
We have a mic if we want to.
Really?
Yeah. So it could be. What is it? Do you have a mic on this one? No?
Yeah, the others.
One of these. Yeah, let's maybe it works. This could be fun to have actually. No, I was thinking you could host. Do you want to host? Super. Perfecto. But then we have two people. So we only have one mic. So we should start. Let's see. I'm just gonna see something. Would you like to see if I'm?
Yeah.
Oh, you fixed the light, so we should stay there.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a second. I'll just share them.
Okay.
So we stream it.
Yeah.
So they know I recorded it. Yeah.
We should maybe sit together. Should we sit in the front? Right. Yeah, we are.
Will you say something first, or should I start?
You can start.
Yes. Okay, we're going live.
Okay.
Just using. I will share.
Just the comments.
Like this. Amandine, everyone is? Or some still out? 2 persons? So I think it's time to start. I just want to welcome you all to this final presentation of Challenge Lab Spring 2015. It is an honor. It's the second time we have this event, and I'm the Vice President of Chalmers, and I'm also very much involved in Challenge Lab. And as you know, in Challenge Lab, Chalmers really rely on the students' ability to be important in the transformation of society. And as you might know, the United Nations this year is replacing the 5 millennium goals with the Sustainable Development Goals. And in that work, they have 2 keywords. One word is transformation. We have to be a bit more braver in our transformation of society. We cannot go on just as we do. We have to be more advanced in our transformation of society. That is one. The other one is integration. We cannot work with one issue at a time. We cannot work with energy and then corruption and then other things. And we cannot work alone. We have to bring different stakeholders together to be able to deal with issues. Transformation, integration. And that is precisely what we're doing at Challenge Lab. And in Challenge Lab, we really rely on students. The student also is an extremely important player in this. If you think for a while, who can make this transformation happen? It's very difficult when you are in a company or in an organization to bring different stakeholders together. It's very difficult to even get a good answer because they're a little bit on their guard, you know, if you are representing someone else. But if you're a student, all doors are open and you can get a lot of information and you can ask whatever question you want. And you are well equipped because you have all the knowledge and you're brave and you are impatient. You really want things to happen. And all that, and more than that, everyone knows what it is to be a student. So it's also very difficult for scientists at Chalmers to collaborate with business and also agencies in society because they have a faster speed than we have. But if you put a student in between, it is possible because everyone can relate to a student. So in many different ways, students are extremely important in this transformation, I believe. But if you want students to be important, you have to trust the student. You really have to trust their ability to make this happen. Of course, it's important to equip them with good tools and knowledge and support, but you have to trust students to actually also find the question, identify the question, what is important? Not only do the job, but also identify what is important. So that is what is unique with Challenge Lab, that we try to give the students the ability to identify the question by themselves. And that they do both by studying the system with different tools for system thinking, but also by good ability for asking questions, for dialogue. So they really get under what is, the official presentation. That they really get behind that and identify what is important here. And often this is, as you will recognize today, it is an iteration. You think you have a good idea as a student first, and then you test that idea. And it seems that you have to break the course and start another in another path, because that will be even better. And that is a learning journey. And what the students do here at Chalmers Lab is impressive, because they don't get the question to start with and then doing the job related to that question with full support to them. They start with nothing. They start with an empty paper and with a complex situation. And in a group, they try to identify and understand what is sustainable urban development mean, and where is my interest, and where do I think we can put in a leverage fund? Where can we put in an acupuncture needle to really move this situation forward? And they identify that by themselves, identify the research question, and after that, we identify supervisors for the students. After the students have identified the research question, we identify the supervisors. And this is unique. And then the students start to work with that phase to really implement it. And we think this is very important, to stay with the question in complexity for a while. Because too often in society, we go directly for solutions. We do not stay long enough in the complexity to really understand what should we do. And this is what we're doing here at Chalmers. So I'm so grateful to welcome you here and impressed by all the effort in the lab and what the students achieve. And it's, as you understand, it's going up and down, up and down, up and down, all the time. And they are very supportive to each other, and it's a fantastic group to be with. So enjoy the presentation.
Hi, welcome again. And I just want to introduce Amandine Laumont and Johan Larsson. So you have the stage for yourself.
Thank you, then. I will tell you today about our master thesis, which is about finding insights from a benchmarking study on how to apply backcasting in different projects. And we also looked more specifically on how to apply those findings on the low carbon transition of best high effect. So first, I will start by telling you a little bit about backcasting, as it's pretty much the first thing we put in our NC framework when we started to work. Backcasting is actually a framework that is useful to address sustainability challenges in our society. It has been used in very different contexts, from projects in companies to urban planning or regional development. It's quite often defined in comparison with forecasting. Forecasting, the core of it is to develop scenarios from today's situations, from the dominant trends, and see what is more likely to happen. On the opposite, backcasting is more about looking back from the future, by first setting up a vision of what is a desirable future we want to reach, to then go back to the present and identify scenario to change the situation we're in. Backcasting is actually following 4 main steps. The first one is about defining criteria for sustainability. Those criteria are actually giving characteristics of what is the desirable world we want to live in the future. And quite often, those criteria are actually grouped in a vision for the project. It's actually pretty useful to use the sustainability compass, which allows to identify criteria on the 4 different dimensions of sustainability. So the first one is nature. Nature includes criteria dealing with how do we protect our environment and how do we deal with all the ecological aspects of our environment. Economy deals with more how do we transform natural resources to produce goods, services, money, and jobs. Regarding society, the criteria are dealing with all our institutions, organizations, but also the norms and the cultures. How do we manage to live together collectively on this planet? And finally, well-being is more about our individual health and happiness and having a good quality of life. So after having defining criteria on those 4 dimensions, we actually step back to the present situation, trying to look at what are the characteristics of today's systems in relation to the criteria we said before, in order to identify gaps between where we are today and where is the future we want to reach. From that step, you can then move to identify future solutions, which can be very different solutions, but they all are included in the dimension of the criteria. So the criteria can be seen as a checklist that you will identify different solutions and select those who actually manage to fulfill the criteria and to hopefully give you the future you want. Finally, the last step is about defining strategies on how to fill the gap from where we are today to reach the future solution we've envisioned before by identifying different steps. What actions can we take one after another to reach the future we want? And then the question is, when is it that we use backcasting? Actually, backcasting is pretty useful when we tackle complex issues. Also, when the dominant trends of today are part of the problems, and we want to avoid reproducing the same dominant way of doing things that are unsustainable today. It's also necessary for backcasting to have a long enough time frame to have the time from today's situation, maybe 20, 30, or 40 years, to actually have enough space to come up with innovative and systemic changes. If it's too close to us, it will not be able to apply it. If it would be very long term, then we lose the interest for ourselves to project ourselves so far away. So that was, in a nutshell, backcasting. If it wasn't clear, if you have questions, don't hesitate to come back to that later. Because now we're going to look at how we started the challenge lab. Johan and me, we were part of this amazing group of 13 people, where the first thing we did was actually come up with a vision, which we set up all the criteria, but we synthesize it in the vision of a sustainable world where we 10 million people approximately can live according to our own vision and meet our own needs within the planetary boundaries and without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. From this vision, and by developing several criteria on the 4 dimensions of nature, economy, society, and well-being, we actually started to look at what was happening around us. Could we find projects, organizations, companies that did share this vision and that we could actually support in filling the gap between today's situation and reaching that vision? And we actually found one very close to us, which was the region of Saeid Torkabadi, who had a vision of the good life for the 1.6 million inhabitants in the region. Their vision can actually be pretty much defined by the 4 dimensions of the compass, again. So in the nature, it's the vision of the good life is about how can we live by understanding and in accord with nature laws, and how can we live in a good environment. Then about economy, it's about having fair and businesses, and also about having sustainable and strong companies in the region, and how to sustainably to develop the region in a sustainable way and share its benefits. About the society dimension, then, what is important in the vision is how can we develop good education and work for everyone, but also how to have a comprehensive, just society for everyone in the region. And finally, looking at the well-being dimension, it's how the region can provide and ensure that everyone is participating in the region development and has access to health services and has a good quality of life, and so on. So that's a very strong vision, and I think we can all agree that this is something we want for our future. And from there, it was pretty evident for us that backcasting was a good tool to use to identify transition pathways on how to reach this good life vision from today's situation. Why backcasting? Because again, in that case, we are in presence of very complex issues, meaning that those issues, that vision and all the criteria that goes within are actually concerning a lot of different areas in the society. And they're all connected with each other, and they all influence each other. And also because in that case, it was obvious that a long time frame was needed to have the time to actually implement that vision. And finally, because today dominant trends are indeed part of the problems, because a lot of ways we do things today are not sustainable and needs to be changed to actually reach that the good life vision. So what we did, what we wanted to do is support that vision. Our way of doing that was to think that we could actually look at all the backcasting processes, get the best practices from cases abroad, and apply it to the project of the region. So what we did was look at 3 different projects worldwide. The first one was actually in Sweden. Transport 2050 was a project applying backcasting to the transportation system, involving stakeholders from different areas within the transportation field on how to develop a research agenda by identifying and pointing at the leverage points what could be researched and studied further to actually reach a sustainable transportation system by 2050 in Sweden. The next project we looked at was in the Netherlands. It was called COOL project for climate long-term policy development in the Netherlands. So again, the backcasting was applied, gathering stakeholders from all the main sectors of the economy and of the different dimensions of the society in the Netherlands in order to develop scenarios for how to reach 80% greenhouse gases reduction from 1990 by 2050. And they managed that. And they created scenarios from that point to point at what are the main actions to be taken in order to reach that vision. And finally, we also looked at MetroQuest, which was developed in Canada, which is a community engagement online tool, which is used in a lot of different projects in Canada and abroad. This tool is used to allow non-experts and citizens to create and analyze different scenarios for regional development, and actually have people in the position to participatively create trade-offs and decisions on what direction should be taken regarding regional development of the whole region. From those 3 projects, we then were able to identify enabling factors for backcasting projects to reach their own purposes. We then actually went looking back at the current situation of the region, what is currently going on to reach the good life vision. And then we actually tried to apply the enabling factors and come up with specific recommendations for the region to reach the good life by applying backcasting in order to fill in the gap. A little precision on, we actually added several theories to our case, to the 3 projects we studied. We had, of course, to look at backcasting framework and more theories about how it can be applied and what is the core of backcasting. Then we also actually looked at transition management, which is another framework to achieve transition. We could find recommendations that were definitely applicable to backcasting as well, so we went looking for some specific insights in that transition management theory as well. And finally, we also introduced some other theory and methods that were necessary to be very sharp and specific in the recommendations we could make to the region. And with those, we actually reached around 40 enabling factors. I will not present you all the 40, don't worry, we do not really have time for that today, but I will give you a few of my favorites. We did produce enabling factors in 4 different phases for backcasting projects, which we define as first framing the challenges. Then there's the planning phase, then we move on to execution, and finally evaluation and follow-up. So I will present you 1 enabling factor for each of these categories. So first, regarding framing the challenges, as John already mentioned to you before, it is very important to acknowledge the complexity of the challenges we're dealing with when we're looking at sustainability transitions. By that, I mean that we do not go and try to simplify things, because this would most probably lead to sub-optimized measures and solutions. So there's need to say the complexity, to look at the broader picture of the different systems and how they interact, and to actually get that picture and understand the system before going into finding solutions. Then, when it comes to planning, an important recommendation which enables the backcasting process to be achieved is actually to design it for uncertainty. Uncertainty about the different elements of the strategy, but also uncertainty about the process in itself. Because as it is participatory dialogue sessions, there is uncertainty that will be part of the discussion as well. And it is necessary to, for that, implement and review several times the planning to adapt it as much as possible as what will be coming during the discussions. And as such, it is wishable to include as much as possible the participants themselves in the planning, so it can be the most adapted to reach the most potential of the process. When looking at the execution, and when backcasting is used in workshops or different sessions, one important enabling factor is dealing with shared mental models. By that, we mean that it is important that at the beginning of the process, the participants have the occasion to challenge their own assumptions, their world views, how they think different systems work together, and as such to come to a shared mental models, to then be able to together create a vision and criteria for a sustainable future, where they feel that all their views are part of it, and also be able to agree on different scenarios on how to fill in the gap between today's situation and this desirable future. And finally, we could say that the project is over when everything is done and people leave the room, but actually that's when the everything starts. And as such, during the follow-up of the project, there is a need for monitoring the actions, because quite often when it's produced at the end of the backcasting process, it's action plan, strategy, a big list of things to do. And what will most likely happen is that if you do not follow up on these actions, you may not get the results you wish for. And as such, monitoring the actions by yearly or regularly checking how much has been achieved and what is necessary to fill in the gap that remains is necessary as well, and is one of the enabling factors to identify those.
Oh, nice. Now we might
and then we'll actually go back to the visual situation. Yeah.
So I will take the controller. Here. Am I in the light?
Yes.
Oh, I need a clap here. So the next step when we have these enabling factors. Thank you. Oh my God. So the next step when we have these enabling factors show what makes a backcasting project really successful, and we had the vision of the good life. We found that at the region Västra Götaland, BGR, there is currently a project which will tackle the increasing or non-decreasing greenhouse gases in the region to reach the goal of by 2030 a reduction of 80% and 2050 on fossil free. And actually, the recent numbers show actually a bit more decline, so we might be a bit closer, but still a long way to go. So currently there is a project gathering lots of people to create scenarios or to create pathways showing what do we really need to do in order to reach a fossil independent region by 2030 and become fossil free in 2050. And it is also desirable to combine this challenge, of course, with the good life, as also the project team are doing, as we might reach a society which is fossil free, but we have 0 inhabitants because it's not fun to live there. So we actually have to keep this with us in this challenge. And actually it might be so that the good life actually can help us on the way if we start reflecting on what is really important and what is it that we really, really want. So that is the project, and it's a joint project between VGR, Västra Götalandsregionen, and Länsstyrelsen, which I don't remember the English name of. Oh, thank you. Can you say it louder?
County Administrative Board.
Nice, thank you. And then also GMB, Gothenburg Center for Environment, which is a shared institute between Chalmers and Gothenburg University. So that is the background of this project. And what does the actual project design look like? Because it's interesting because they have showed a big interest for using backcasting methodology in this project. for the same reason that Amandine mentioned in the beginning, that it might be good to get us there. So the current process, and I'm trying to make this as pedagogic as possible, so it's on a timeline. Now during the spring, they have gathered lots of young adults in workshop settings to create a vision about a good life in a fossil-independent region, pointing at what is important for me to live a good life in 2030, which is the vision which they create now. And then in parallel to that, there have been some experts analyzing the current system in different areas, emitting lots of carbon dioxide, such as transportation, industry, food systems, and there are in total 6, I think, teams. And also, the project team of this has identified some leverage points or some questions that will be important to elaborate further in the autumn workshops, with the purpose to come out with some sharp solutions, pointing at actions that we can take already tomorrow, so to say, to reach the fossil-independent region. So that is the autumn workshops, which I will mention, because that is where our recommendations come in. And then when we have these action plans, it's a political process, so the politicians will have the last word, taking the decision on which actions to actually go for. That's the process. Is it clear? Nice. So, our recommendations. First step is actually before the project starts, which is the planning. And here we have this thing about the integrated approach, that it's important that we don't boil down the question to just a measure about a certain ppm level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we actually can realize that this is a really connected problem, and if we take a broader sustainability perspective on it, it might actually be easier for us to find good and desirable solutions. And then when it comes to selecting the participants of this process, we have to really reflect on what is it that we want to happen and who should be there. And we have found from our theories, which you can talk about after, I don't want to go through that now, that you need people from 3 different levels at place at the same time, meaning that you need like this the mindsets of the innovators, and you need the mindsets of the people currently working in the regimes, and you also need some people working more at the landscape level, maybe with IT or legislation, to get all the perspectives and mindsets at place at the same time. And then the last point is we want the autumn workshops to actually start from the beginning, meaning that we want it to start from the step 1 in backcasting, so you don't go too fast for the solutions. So how do we do that then with the current look of the project? Well, we have the vision from the young adults, which we should try to translate down into some guiding sustainability principles and more criteria to be used in this process. And then they can be combined with the criteria from the stakeholders, how they want the future to be like. So they also get a buy-in and really want this vision, so they can start acting after it. And then we should have the time frame. We must not think too much about 2030, as it's just 15 years left, and it leaves us little space left to actually operate. So we should think more about the 2050 and the fossil-free region, and then step backwards to 2030 and see it as more an urgency to act to really get this transformation happen. And on each step, of course, it's nice to have consensus so that everyone agrees in this project. And it might be hard if you are 40 people at the same time trying to agree on stuff, but that will be important for the process. We create consensus on the decisions that are taken. Now I'll go get some water. So step 2 is the current system analysis. That has been done now, or more like the background material. And it would be nice if this system analysis can also be reviewed during the process. So we actually can review the current system in relation to the criteria that we just created in step 1, to get an understanding of what is the gap, what is missing between what we have today and what we want in the future. So with the system analysis, we can go in with the criteria we have created and see what is the big gap, and also try to understand really what is important there and what should we focus on, and to get all the participants to really buy in challenge their own mental models in how the systems work today and how they should work, so to say. And then when creating up the scenarios and the solutions, it would be nice as there will be groups working on different themes, it would be nice if there was some communication between them, so that the scenarios created don't become contradictory, so that one group has one solution that doesn't work together with a solution from another group. So communication here between the groups is very important when we decide to focus it a bit. And then we also have to check again with the criteria. Will this lead us to the good life? And also, will these solutions we come up with here altogether take us to the 80% reduction of CO2? And of course, it is not up to the region only, because we are part of a system and dependent on the outside world. But then we have to see what is it that the region can do, and what do we focus on, and what do we do about the other emissions that we cannot focus on, and what do we do to push on that development as well. And we really should see what actually needs to happen to reach this reduction. And then the fourth step, and here I put it all on the backcasting template, is about these political priorities on solutions. As the politicians will have the last word on the action plan, and it will be interesting to see what that means for a backcasting process. As the ones we have looked at have been in very much co-creation settings where everyone has been a decision maker at each step. But now we have the environmental board coming in with the last step. I'll move to the light so you can take some pictures now. So this is the recommendations on the step, and it has been maybe a bit vague, and it would be good if we get some questions after. It's hard when you have a long report to make it short. So some concluding remarks. What did we do? We found out that backcasting could take us to the good life. Then we looked out at different projects. How have they used backcasting, and what made these projects reach their full potential? Then we took the learnings from these projects, and put them in relation to a current process at the region Västra Götaland. And lastly, we came up with some recommendations regarding this. And the chapter, most important maybe, is the further work. Of course, we want to integrate the findings of our thesis, which we actually got the opportunity to do next week with the region, which will be very fun and very interesting. And then more specific thing is this, as Amandine mentioned, about transition management, which seems to be a bit alternative framework compared to the backcasting framework when trying to initiate transitions. And it would be interesting to see when should we choose, which one should we choose, and when. So that is some maybe more research one could do there, or so on. And then of course this about the backcasting in political settings, as it has been shown a big interest around the world to actually get this to happen in politics, and now it has actually happened, which is great, and we don't know very much about it. And then of course follow-up and monitoring. We have been looking at some projects which had very nice designs, but then the projects end, it comes out the report, and then one see, okay, but what actually happened with this up 10 years after? And it has been very, very little evaluation or follow-ups of the project. So it has been quite hard for us to know were these projects we looked at really, really successful. But we like the methodology, the backcasting framework, and we think that itself is an enabling factor to get things happen. And now it's all black, so I think I said everything I wanted to say, or I missed half of it. We will see. So, thank you very much. And what happens now? Is it questions, or is it someone who's going to ask us difficult opposition things? Okay.
Right now we can follow with the opposition. So for the opponent, okay. Right. Yeah, it's best if you stand up, okay.
Okay, first of all, can you come a bit closer? Because we have the computer. You can move the table.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for this amazing and really interesting presentation. I think by the time we wrote the report, of course, was kind of long. So this is a really good summary of it. I think it's a really, really one. Now, of course, after reading the report, after the presentation, we have still kind of a little inquiries or questions to ask. Maybe it's not that hard, maybe kind of difficult. Just to give us an overlight about the project. So Lina, you can start with the first one.
Yes, we have been talking very much about backcasting and project like that. But was there any other alternative method that you could have used or would have been better?
Yeah. So maybe it was a bit of an assumption in the beginning that backcasting is a good framework for this. And also, as the region showed an interest towards the methodology, we thought it would be nice to look at that. So we were a bit like, why? Because we already knew when we started this that the region were interested in backcasting, and then we made it in a nice way in the presentation, so it didn't seem like that. So, yeah, I mean, kind of we like it. It's an alternative approach, and it's not business as usual. So maybe that's what we need. Right. Maybe it was an assumption in the beginning, but also it's also the challenge methodology which we used. Was it a good question? Did I answer? Do you want to say anything more?
I think it's pretty good.
I have this question. This, of course, you show us different projects that you follow up. That was defined for 2015. It was a cool one. It's actually a cool one. And the MetaQuest, could you maybe, I mean, yeah, I mean, of course, all the methodology that you used was kind of clear. But did you actually go a little bit more deep inside the explanation of one of those projects? And I wanted to give you kind of an approach of the MetaQuest one. I think it was really nice that maybe explain what was the MetaQuest in Canada and how it can be used for review. Because, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, this MetaQuest online is very interesting because one of the main issues when doing participation in projects and trying to co-design scenarios and strategies is that there's trade-off to do between, on one hand, involving a lot of people, and on the other hand, having time with a limited group of people to actually work together, come to shared mindsets, and come up to a result. And in the best case ever, for applying the blue dive vision of the region, we would advise to gather 1.6 million people and to do co-creation together, which is obviously not really possible technically. So there's this trade-off made. It can be that at some time of the process, it's good to have a broad picture of the different visions and opinions on some topic. At others, it's better to actually gather smaller amount of people, develop more further scenarios or vision. And then we actually found out about MetaQuest, which is more on the bigger picture, and that allows, it can be public authorities or any organization that wants to develop scenarios to actually reach a huge amount of people, and actually in 5 to 10 minutes on this software they developed to come up to create scenarios by setting what are your main values and what matters most for you in the region development, and to obtain different scenarios and then come to do trade-offs. Because one hard thing when doing scenarios for sustainability is that you cannot have it all. You cannot have everything. And then you have to make trade-offs between, for example, living close in the center of the city or having more space and a garden around your house. You cannot have a nice big house with a garden for 1.6 million inhabitants, potentially. And then it's like that for every topic. So you have trade-offs to make. And with this software, this was something also that was included in it, that after creating scenarios, the citizens were actually asked to rate different scenarios that enables to see what is preferable in different options. So that was another very interesting experiment, and it's maybe to tell you a little bit about the technicalities. It's a software that has been developed from research on backcasting in Canada, and that were then later translated in an application which can be adapted to each project, and which in the best case we've seen with MetroQuest is that in a city, on a city development plan, 60% of the inhabitants were on that application giving their views and their vision on different developments of their city. So it enables to really reach a broad panel of people, but then it needs again to be complemented with more workshop settings with a smaller amount of people to actually dig more deep into the scenarios. So that's kind of the picture I can give you on that one.
Yeah.
Very much.
And it's like that, and the key belief of the research behind it is that people don't really care about the planning processes, but they do care about the outcomes. And with this like backcasting software, you can see the outcomes of a project, and then you are more willing to bear the short-term costs for the construction for a new road, because you know that the new road will be so great. So you can take that instead of going out protesting about it.
So this was one way to involve a lot of people. You mentioned that BTR has brought in young adults to do the vision, and then experts are looking at the current trends. Why did they choose to go in this direction? Do you think they should change, or can you use what they have already started? Or what is it?
As I said, they have to use it because they have invited the young adults in the process, and they will be used in the future. And it's also been said that we, the young adults, have been a bit underrepresented in the region lately. So with this initiative, we take the young adults like the first prior, because this is the region that we will live in the future, hopefully. So it's for me, it's fair that we are the ones who set the vision. Now it needs to be translated down so we can use it in the autumn with the experts or in the stakeholder workshops.
Right now, if you can suggest, like, after this, after the project of the thesis, if you can suggest further research on BTR, what do you recommend to study? I mean, what method do you use following this project development?
Do you mean what kind of tools? Or
Yeah, so someone maybe another researcher, student wants to work over the project. Which kind of maybe core area do you suggest they can focus on?
I can start with one, and maybe you find others. One thing that we found out when trying to find projects for benchmarking is that projects normally, hopefully, have very good design and reach scenarios or action plan. And it gets really tricky when you take projects that happened 10 or 10 years ago, and you try to look at what long-term effects the project had. So I think there's great potential to actually learn more about that and research how the monitoring, how the evaluation can be done, because it's something that we haven't really taken the time to do in projects, because we are always quick on things and we have to go from one project to another, and it's tempting to actually be more focused on what is happening now than looking at the long-term implementation of the actions. But I think there's potential to actually plan more on this evaluation process and on what are the next steps once the process is over, to actually keep updating the action plan and also look how it is achieved and to eventually redirect things. So that would be one for me.
Yeah, I think you said it all. You have to ask, I mean, we are not the expert in this project. We have to ask the project team about what their needs are to make it.
You just quickly mentioned transition management. Could you just explain us a little bit what it is and what's the difference between backcasting, differences and similarities?
Yeah, transition management, as we have understood it, is more about empowering niche markets to enter. You want to create short-term chaos in the system, and you want to create an urgency to act, and you want to empower niches to enter the system and to get in. And as we've understood it, it seems that you actually take people from established companies or organizations like the regime in place, but the purpose of them being there is that you want to empower the niches to challenge the status quo, so to say. And it seems to be more focused on innovations.
We need to get clear on the vocabulary. What we mean by initiative vision, and some that we may have mentioned before, is picture on the right, which is the multi perspective, which basically is based on 3 levels where a transition and change can happen. That here on other niches that Johan just mentioned, which are where the novelty happens on very niche markets, you can say, and that transition, there's different pathway for transition, but niches are where small-scale change happens in different directions, and what people regime then is the normal way we do things today. What is in the region, and then we have a tree landscape, which is more on meta trends or meta level, what actually influence how we do things today. That is the category.
Yeah, so it seems to more for transition management. It seems that you have like a core team making lots of calculations and things before, and then you bring in innovators or change agents to initiate something. But since we now have like the region owning this project, we have the credibility and opportunity to actually gather lots of people in this. So we think it's possible to initiate this transition not only by empowering niches, but actually come with some reach consensus among things. And actually, when we've been talking to people, they have thought that it is great that the region takes this with long-term responsibility, because there are not many organizations or institutes today who actually do that. So we think it's a great opportunity to actually work here with the backcasting framework.
And as a last question, as another conclusion is, of course, you have a lot of findings, but what's the most important finding that stands out of all these processes that you say that this is the key one? Or maybe
from your personal experience, and how a network you would find this is really helpful for each of us in the future.
So we get one each.
Yeah.
For me, actually, one of the very important things for this project, or any project for our lives in the future, is the necessity to integrate the different dimensions of sustainability. Because transition and challenges today, but when we talk about sustainability, we often kind of narrow it back down to the nature part, to the environment. And then we often forget or do not combine it with the other dimensions that we presented about economy, about society and well-being. And I think one big challenge, because this is not how we do things today, but this is how we need to do things in the future, is to actually manage to tackle issues on the different dimensions of sustainability. That would be mine.
Yeah, and I would say if you go into Wikipedia and read about backcasting, you don't really realize that this is actually a process, also an inner journey for the participants. So that when just reading about it, you see like, okay, so we need to take these 4 steps. Okay, you take this and you take this, and then we meet in the end like students do when we write reports. But backcasting is about the journey, having a group, facilitating them, going through these steps. That is, I think, something.
yeah, thank you very much for your answers. We are quite satisfied with the questions.
Quite satisfied.
So I think we can open up for questions from everyone now.
You will be working a bit together with Johan further on, maybe also. Can you maybe say something about what you would like to do there, based on what you have done here so far?
First of all, we have been sitting a lot and writing this thesis. So for us, it has been hard to understand exactly what is going on in this, because it's a huge project that is so much going on. So when we have been like trying to get recommendations, it has been hard for us to really make it sharp. So some of our recommendations are more, you could do it like this, or you could do it like this, but we don't really know. So it's more about guiding. So it would be great if we just could get time to really go through what this would imply and to really try to integrate this way of working in the region, and to work together to try to integrate the different groups in a good way, and to really build this consensus among the workshops, and to fix the material in between, and to make sure that everyone follows, and that really get this inner backcasting journey as I was talking about. And as I mentioned, we will have a meeting next week with the region where we will go through more precise sort of our findings, and to like put what we have next to the current process and see like where are VGR already strong and where are there ways of improving, and how could we actually do this? Because our solutions are more now in the characteristic of this is how the talking about benchmarking works, like this is the best practice, but the solution is not only do it like the best practice, it's also understanding, but how can we actually do that, and what would it mean? That is something. Do you have anything to
No, but I could actually just reflect quickly on the fact that with the challenge lab, we've actually got a great occasion to go to VGR, to be in relation with them, and to actually work on a product that was directly connected to an ongoing project. As such, to have real influence and to be able to dialogue with them to see what is happening, what is needed as inputs for the project, and to actually be able to do that kind of work, and to know that we can actually next week go back to them and have this meeting and be able to discuss how our findings can be implemented within the product. I think it's a great way of working. So, thanks for that.
Yes. Thank you for a nice presentation. I have a question regarding your roles. Dr. Laumont mentions in the presentation that their work is a little bit in the boundaries between intervention and studies. He talks about scientists. They are intervening a little bit more maybe than a scientist studying their object. What are your reflections on your role when you were studying this? How much intervention do you think you did when you studied the object?
We have focused quite much in the spring to listen to the region, to really understand where they are today. I don't know. I didn't know much before about these kind of processes, or even the difference between the landsting and the region. So the first meetings were more about just listening and trying to understand what was happening. So then the intervention there would maybe be when we ask a question that they don't hear often. Could be something like just if we get in contact with them, we have already intervened in some way because there has been a dialogue between us, and hopefully one leaves with a different mindset afterwards. Then there is some kind of intervention. But I hope that the, so to say, real intervention will come now, because it is still a report. It's a PowerPoint and a paper, and we don't want it to end up in a drawer. So there is still work to do in that. But regarding the vision setting, at least, I think we have created a consensus now that we really should go for the 2050 as a fossil-free and to envision about that during the autumn, to leave this space for the stakeholders so that we don't start colliding with the current situation and the current development agendas. So I think that is one great step.
Do you think it's possible for them to reach their goal in 2050? when you're seeing their work and how they work?
I would say it's too early to say that. We have the workshops now in the autumn, and we cannot come in there saying beforehand if it's possible or not. But for the best of all, we should get there. As we had the vision of the good life, maybe we can have a good life in 2030, even if we emit 10 tons carbon dioxide per inhabitant. But in 100 years from now, we will not have a good life if we live like that. So, on the long-term perspective, it is absolutely necessary that we get these reductions. But as I said, we are also dependent on the outside world here, so we really need to think about what is going on there as well. And as the figure I showed was like with the regional boundaries, emissions happening in here from the sources in here. But if you look instead from the bottom up, from the consumer perspective, we have trends that are more in this direction because that we import emissions from other countries through our consumption. And then it's one can think, what can the region do about this? Because then we cannot go to set up a policy on an industry to reduce their emissions. Then we need to start working with other policies or behavioral changes or something. And there we need to explore. And I think it's quite new to have that perspective, the consumer perspective. And I know there are people in the audience who are better than me at explaining that. But if you look at IPCC, for instance, they still only count with the top-down point challenge the emissions in the boundaries. But the consumer perspective is another way to tackle this question. I didn't answer the question, did I? I would in backcasting, yes, it's possible we will reach the fossil free 2050. But if you extrapolate current trends, usually you get depressing outcomes. So we want to use backcasting because then we don't have to think about what is happening.
Very nice presentation, very clear. I have a question regarding your last point about consumer and how to deal with that, because transition management and backcasting, as you mentioned, are now that they've been applied to this topic are more about the production side. And then and you were talking about behavioral change, but we not only, individual change is not going to make the big change because as you mentioned, complexity is too big. Did you go into some aspects of sociology, like behavior of society? Is it considered in this strategy? Is this problem strategy practices how? Because we need many actors, like for example, media. Media would be key in this process. Is it considered that?
I would say that actually the full process, backcasting workshops with the different stakeholders, we only start in the autumn. And as such, all the stakeholders haven't been gathered yet. So I cannot really answer your question. But it is...
Have they been identified? I mean, in the conversations that you have already with the region, do they take into consideration this kind of...
Yeah, one of the themes is, I don't know it, but it's one of the themes for this workshop is about how can we support climate smart consumption, so going from a more service-based economy. And maybe Jörgen can answer more on that.
We haven't talked much about media, though, so it's a good point. I love that.
Yeah, because if I have to
Sure, yeah.
That when doing my research, my own research, I also found out that this kind of stakeholders are not being addressed and they are not being considered. I don't know why. Maybe because we are mainly environmentally driven, and that's on the one side of science, let's say. But then we have all the social elements that are key in driving change, and that change comes from the media, for example, and also some other kind of industries
on all those cultural aspects of society that form our opinions, our perceptions. So I think this kind of stakeholders is the key, because if they keep on telling us that we have to buy farms, that we are going to be poor, we have to do this and that, then we're going to, I mean, some of us are not going to do it, but most of the people. I think that's
Yeah, I agree. And if somebody wants to keep on the conversation, we really encourage dialogue here. Therefore, if somebody else from the public knows something about, wants to give a contribution, we can just follow up the conversation. We have like 5 or 8 minutes more, so.
One question. You mentioned that this region part of the bigger system. Do you know what's happening in the region?
I know that in region Skåne are running a similar project, and I've seen some information when you read about transition management that there are some researchers included in the project there. We have not had time to look at that very much. I think I read something on Twitter, for instance, about it, but it's not in the report. But it's I think all regions are fighting with the same questions, and I hope there is ongoing work, because we all have the 2-degree European Union target on this. But I think the approaches can be quite different in different regions. That is also something you could look at if you're interested, see how different regions tackle these questions. And you also have to really see what is the role of the region. You have the international level, you have the national level, you have the regions, you have the local level. To really see like what is the role of each part there.
And a little bit to follow up with Hannah was saying about the groups that should be identified in order to bring them on in the workshops, because I know that there, according to the triple helix or the quadruple helix, different groups have been identified. So like the public sector, the private sector, government, and now media or cultural groups or NGOs are also seeing how they're gonna collaborate in this co-creative process. So do you actually know which types of groups are going to be included in the workshops, at least, for the backcasting?
Right. Yet again, the project team are better than me at answering this. But they have identified some organization who can actually be like the, so to say, owner of the topic. So there is some responsible parties who can actually be like the driver towards bringing the actions further. So there have been some mapping of different organizations or companies who are part of the theme that they will look at, and I think it's on different levels. But I don't think the stakeholder selection has begun yet, or it has just begun like the mapping to see who should we invite and how should we approach these people.
And combining the triple helix is more categories of organizations or stakeholders. It's also interesting to look at more who will be part of the process in the way that, for example, within transition management, what they use to identify different categories of stakeholders to be sure that the different point of views will be represented is to actually identify 3 types of power. Having innovative power, meaning having people who can step out of the situation and come up with innovative ideas, as well as transformative power, which is quite close to what we call in the challenge lab change agents. People that are able to take on other ideas and see how it can be spread and where it can be applied, and also combine these 2 kind of stakeholders with reinforcing power, which is more which actors, which stakeholders have within their area of power can influence big institutions or a lot of people, either on the company level or on the legislation level. So it's also interesting to see how it can be, the mapping of stakeholders can be done in very different ways, actually.
If one would like to implement this kind of process to something, what's the most important things to note? What's the best one can say to get someone into?
We have been using Albert Einstein in our work a bit. Like if you do the same things over and over again and expect different outcomes, but that's maybe not Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, yeah. And also the other one, which is you cannot solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. And in the backcasting, you can create a higher level of consciousness, which can open up to new solutions. So sometimes you can solve it just saying that this might be different from what you currently are doing, and that might open up for new ideas.
And to add a third one, which is that if you have to solve a problem, you rather spend 15 minutes on creating the question and 10 minutes to answer the question. So in that case, even if it's very urgent issues, we need to spend sufficient time on the process to be sure that what we get will actually give us the result.
Maybe we can add one more. That is Nelson Mandela. We talked about, will this happen or not? One way to make sure it will not happen is to keep stuck in today's thinking, based on today's working, business as usual. So what he said was, in South Africa, was that it always seems impossible until it's done. So that we have to be a bit braver than just what is possible.
Yeah. Okay, if there are no more questions, then we can proceed with Panuwat and Saeid. Yeah, sure. 15-minute break, and then we can proceed.
Thank you very much. It was very, very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations. It was nice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's been very
present our master thesis and the research about the collaboration in the Living Lab project. So let's step out of the Living Lab.
Yeah.
So this is the outline of our presentation today. We start from the big picture about the sustainability, how we see the sustainability from our perspective. And we go to the concept that we see that in order to drive sustainability challenge, we believe that the Living Lab concept could be one of the potential approach to drive the transition. Then we go into our research in terms of our research question, the methodology that we use, and we present our key findings and end up with the conclusion and recommendation. So start from the Challenge Lab theme this year, we choose sustainable urban development. The reason that we choose the urban level, because we see that there are two main reasons. Because for the urban, we see that the urban, they have like a high intensive of the consumption, production, and pollution. So another reason is we found from the research, we found that several activities in global or national scale, it's happen in slow pace. So we see that in order to make things happen, we should start from manageable scale and in the urban level. So next, we would like to talk more about what is the sustainability in our perspective.
Yeah. When we talk about sustainability, we should consider that this is a complex system and it is a big issue. So in their research, they talk about sustainability as a mental problem. By mental problem, we mean that it is too extensive and it has too many sides. So, from the other view, they see it as a big problem. By a big problem, they say that it is difficult to structure the problem and it is difficult to find the sequences and consequences of the events in this setting. And when they talk about big problems, they mention that big problems are cross-cutting. It means that it is not just relevant for one sector or one organization. It is relevant for several multi-stakeholders and in different sectors. And finally, big problems never finish. So there is no end point for this kind of problems that we say, okay, now we solve this problem and it's done. So it's always going on, it's always changing. Based on this view that it has too many sides and many stakeholders are related to these sustainability challenges, we say that the collaboration among different sectors is needed. We have seen this kind of collaboration between government, universities, industries, and in the literature they say that when different organizations gather together to solve a problem or to face a big problem, they call it an inter-organizational domain. So, but during recently, the researchers were focused on the role of users. They are talking about the importance of considering them evolving users in these collaborations. So, on one side, we have the collaboration among this organization, and on one side, we have the user. The question is that how can we gather these different stakeholders to really act on some sustainability challenges? And
so, as we mentioned in very first slide, that we see that in order to have collaboration and users, we see the Living Lab concept is very interesting approach to involve user and make things happen in the collaboration. Because in the Living Lab concept, there are three key elements. The first one is user involvement. So in the living lab concept, we will have a user who are the one having the daily problem. They're confronting the problem in daily life, and they will share their insights by having some activity, not just providing the information by having the interviews or just be observed as a subject. But now they can involve in the co-creation activities by sharing ideas and make things happen in terms of solution. And also another element is testing in real life, because with these features, the developers, the solution developers, they can see how this solution, this new idea, new solution can change the behavior of the user. So with the interaction with user in real life setting, not just in the environment that you can control everything, but in the real life setting for the user, you can see things happen. And also some literature also mentioned about collaboration between public and private sectors. So because in innovation creation for sustainability, new knowledge, new technology are needed. So collaboration between university or public sector is also important to get the new idea to the solution development. So with the living lab concept, we pop up and come up with several questions at the beginning. For example, we would like to know with this kind of platform that we have different stakeholders involved in the solution development, how these partners going to capture the potential value from this kind of platform, this living lab platform, or what is the viable business model for having the solution developed, and after that how they can capture or capitalize the solution in the market. But after we have a discussion, we talk to several people who have experience in the living lab project, and we try to find the case, the closest case that we can associate with. We come up with these two questions. So for our research, we would like to focus more on these two questions. So the first one is why the partner in this why the partner would like to collaborate in this living lab projects. So we would like to understand more about that interest perspective. And the second, we want to see how do they understand the living lab approach as an open innovation collaboration setting, because we see that the understanding of the setting would influence on the collective action in the collaboration project. So Saeid will introduce about the case that we choose to study.
So as Panuwat mentioned, we were in contact with the HSB Living as our case. So HSB Living Lab, what is HSB Living Lab? HSB Living Lab would be a student building that now currently is in the construction phase. So now they are building the building. And around 25-30 students are going to be there. And how this project was initiated, these three organizations at the beginning, Chalmers, HSB, and Johan Larsson Science Park, they initiated this project by having the idea from Chalmers side. And after that, during these 2 years that this project was going on, the partners were added to this project, the partners from companies, The plan is that they want to have 10 partners apart from the initiator. For when we did the research, these companies were the partners, but just 3 weeks ago, another company was added. So it is not. We don't have all the partners yet, but they are going to be added to the project. And yeah, so this building is going to be in the Johan Larsson campus, in the Chalmers area. And the plan is that the students will move to the building in November or something like that. Yeah. So this is the case that we studied. To answer our research question, so you can see the pipeline. To answer our research question, we conducted interviews. So at the beginning of the study, because we didn't have a clear understanding of the case, so we conducted very beginning interviews with the project coordinator, some researchers who are involved in this project, to just grasp a clear picture how is the project is going on. Yeah, to know what's the status of the project. So in that time, we discussed about the project and important issues, and we got in contact with the representative of each partner, because each of these partners have one representative in the group, in the project group. So we got the contact of those people, of those representatives, and we conducted interview with each representative of the company. We try to keep it face-to-face interviews, but for some of them, because of the time limitation and distance limitation, we will have phone interviews.
So there's another research question for the first one. Why are the partners collaborating in this project? We start with the interest, so we go for the theory to understand more about what's the interest in the collaboration. So based on the theory, we can see that the interest can be seen in two perspectives. One is we call self-interest. This means the interest of the company that they're going to collaborate in the project, because they see that in order to achieve their own organizational goals, they cannot achieve by their own activity in their organization. So they see that this goal can be fulfilled by having others to complement that thing. So this is one side of the interest, self-interest. So for another aspect is the collective interest or the common problem. So for this aspect, it means the collaborators in the collaboration, they see that they have some common in terms of problem. So they see that this problem they cannot solve by just see that this common problem they can share and need to work with others to solve together. So with this rule, in our finding for the self-interest, we found that they have quite different in terms of self-interest. So the interest can be, but the interest can be categorized into three groups. First, most of them they show that interest that to participate in this project, the interest to raise that brand awareness, because for this project it got the wide attention from media, student, society, professional. So they see that this would be a great opportunity for their organization to show to increase the visibilities of their brand, of their organization to that target audience. Some mentioned about this would be great that being this project, the student can see that our organization working on the innovative project. So maybe after graduation, they may interest to work with us. So for the second, that show their self-interest in terms of relationship, because some of them may have some experience working with other partners in the collaboration. But in this project, they will see a new kind of relationship. For this project, they need to have like long-term relationship for 10 years. So they see that this would be a great opportunity to get closer to the partner, to know how they can work together and create a network with new partners in construction industry. And also the last aspect of the self-interest. It's very interesting that for this type of project, they show that interest. They also show that interest that they would like to learn by having access to the external knowledge and technique. So with this project, they can interact with researchers, with other partner organizations to learn about new knowledge. And most of them, they are in the low intensive and in the organization. So this is a great opportunity for them to, learn more about what would be the future. So these are the 3 key self-interests that they show during the interview.
So the other circle, we have the common problem and common interest. When we did the interviews, they were talking about different issues, but the majority of the partners, they mentioned about sustainability as a big problem that has gathered all of them together in this project. But when we asked in a more detailed level that what they mean by sustainability for this project, they mentioned about the environmental aspect of sustainability, social aspect of the sustainability, but it was difficult for us to understand what they mean by sustainability. And because there is no clear definition or clear criteria about sustainability for this project. So as you can see, it was a little blurred for us, and it was not like this. I'm sure, they mean this by when they talk about sustainability. And so we got curious to know how do they define the sustainability in their organization. So each partner in their organization, how do they talk about sustainability? Some of them, they didn't have any clear vision, or they were working around sustainability issues, but they didn't call it sustainability practices, and they didn't have the vision or criteria. And some of them they had, but they said it is on a very high level and it is general, and they actually don't know how to relate our vision to this project. So from the partners' view, we can see a little ambiguity as well. So this is the common problem, but we see that most of them mention sustainability issues. That's a common problem that they are going to have. So we read in the documents as well that are publicly available to understand what is the sustainability when we discuss. And we saw some goals that they were mentioned in those documents as well. So again, it was a little difficult for us to understand what is the goal of this project. There are different goals, but not all the partners mentioned about these goals. So we found these 3 goals in the documents, and the last one was mentioned during the interview. So develop the future sustainable living, research about sustainable and technical solutions for future productions, find solutions to challenge the society. And this one was mentioned in the interview, pushing the building industry boundaries. So I say it was a little difficult for us to see what is the goal of this project exactly. And here Panuwat is going to relate our findings to the code.
So based on our finding in terms of interest to answer that question, we found the interest from 2 perspectives and some finding in terms of common goals. So we try to relate this with the theory that to see how the collaboration will develop and how the interest influence on the development of collaboration. So based on the theory, it said that the collaboration will be developed in 4 sequential phases. So with these 4 sequential phases, we start with the first one, the precondition. We see that based on the theory, the preconditions, for the precondition, the collaboration will happen when collaborating organizations see, first, they see the high interdependency in the collaboration, or they have at least one common self-interest. in the collaboration with others partners. So based on the finding, we found that most of the partners they see the high interdependency because they show that they want to build and maintain relationship with others. That this would benefit for them in terms of the future projects and the long-term relationship in the construction industry. And also they show the self-interest that most of them they would like to learn from this platform. So for the precondition, they seem to be fulfilled. So for the next phases, the common setting. For this phase, the goal is to develop the common problem, the common understanding of the common problem. So based on the finding that they show that collective interest of common problem in terms of sustainability. But we see that the ambiguities of the understanding of the common problem can deter the action in the later set in the direction setting in terms of goal. Because as we say that we saw that most of them they have a different perspective on the common goal. So based on this theory, we see that in order to drive the collaboration forward, it would be good to for all of them that they start to discuss about what is the common goals and jointly decide that collective direction for this kind of collaboration. So after the direction is set, the collaboration will go to the structuring phase. So the collaboration will start to discuss, okay, what should be done and how the activity in the collaboration will be started.
So before going to the structure, you will go to the how do they understand on the collective actions. So it is important that all of them have a shared understanding before taking the action. So regarding the understanding of the living plan, as Panuwat mentioned about the key elements of the living plan, we can say that they have the basic understanding of the living plan. That is about testing in a real life setting. Most of them say it's a platform for testing new solution in the real life setting. So they understand that. And when it comes to the working with users and other partners in the collaboration, for the users, they show that they want to interact with the users, but some of them mention that they want that the students who are the users. Students just live their normal life and just be in the building. Some of them mention that they want the active students to participate, give opinions, and be very active. And the theory says that it is okay that you have different roles for the users, but you should define which role do you want for the user. So, and when it comes to the how you are going to involve users in the how level, they really don't see how they are going to do that, but they are interested in involve the users. And for working with the other partners, they say that they want to have the chance to develop the project with other partners, to be able to share the result. Most of them mention about sharing the results from research from university sites. They are interested to have access to those knowledge and get ideas from the other partners as well and from users. And by having this open mindset that they are in this project to get ideas and share ideas, by considering the open innovation concept, we can focus on the first part, open. We can say that they have the open mindset for this project. But when it comes to innovation, as Panuwat mentioned, because most of them are in the low intensive R&D businesses, some of them they say that we don't want to innovate, we just want to see what other technologies are. But they have the open mindset. So this is the understanding of living.
So from the finding, in terms of understanding of the living lab as a context of the collaboration, we try to link with the theory that, okay, they have like basic understanding of the context. But we see that the understanding of the context is very essential for corrective action in later stage. So we see that, okay, maybe they can now they have the basic understanding. So if they can start to discuss about the structural process, how they're going to work, to see more about what would be the method or approach that they're going to interact with user, how they're going to capture the insight or value from the user. So if they see that, okay, they could monitor them, they can interview them, they can see how the behavior change, they can have a better understanding. So at the end, they can have a better collective action. Like they feel that they are part of this project and they need to act in terms of the collective action. So to sum up with our research, we see that in order to be successful in this project, so beyond just fulfilling the self-interest, all the partners they should not underestimate to clearly define the common problem that bring them together, to clarify the common goals before they're going to discuss about the structural process in the later stage. And also in terms of understanding, now they have shared understanding, and shared understanding of the context is very essential for the collective action. So in order to have a better and shared understanding, it can be developed through the discussion about the structural process. So with this tool, we see that maybe the first step that they need to do right now, they need to sit down and talk about, okay, what is the common problem, setting a goal, and okay, maybe they can have a pilot project to see how they're going to interact and what would be the method that they can learn from user to define how the collaboration will be done in the future. So for last sentence, we would like to say that sustainability really needs team play, not just one actor. Thank you.
Okay, so shall we welcome the oppositions? Always drag the table.
Right. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation and very interesting report as well. We've already given you some comments on the report, but today we want to ask you some additional questions. To start with, what would you say are the biggest benefits in doing phase one?
Phase one. Do all of you know what is a phase one? Because Challenge Up has two phases, phase one and phase two. In the phase one, it takes around 1 month. We just talk about sustainability challenges in general level. We define some vision criteria for sustainability. We review the projects in the city, in the Gothenburg, to find the relevant cases and relevant topics. And at the end, we define our research questions based on those studied in the phase 1. So what was the benefit of all of these activities?
So maybe for me personally, I see that with the phase 1, it helped me a lot to have like multiple perspectives when seeing the problem. So sustainability, as we mentioned in the slides, it's not just one single dimension that you can understand. You may need to see from a different perspective. And in the first phase, we have several stakeholder meetings. So with these features of the first phase, we can get several perspective from the discussion with different people from different areas, both from industry, from the public sector, and some from the one who really working on the project.
So, the sciences context.
Yes, and you also said in the report that this phase 1 helped you to come up with a research topic, but in what way did it help?
I think what I mentioned in the stakeholder meeting that we had, because you have some idea and you heard about the HSB project, but those meetings help us to have a better understanding of the project, so we could shape our, to formulate our research question in a better way. So yeah, those.
Do you think that something else could be done in phase 1 in order to increase your understanding of the sustainability issues and challenges?
Okay. What could be?
Maybe we can have a more stakeholder meeting to see others' perspective to have a better understanding of the system.
Especially from business, from the companies or
how they are working in the business. And also maybe we...
Yeah, as all of us, we are engineers. So when we are in the challenge lab, as you said, sustainability is about well-being, society, economics. And we had some very long discussion about those issues, well-being, because we are not experts in those issues, so it was difficult for us to define and understand that easily. So maybe if we have some comments, some psychologists that we have on, because we could have a better understanding of this issue.
Yes, so how did you choose or select the participants for the interview? You said that, or do you think that those interviews could represent all the understanding of the company?
For the interview that we choose, actually, as we mentioned in the presentation, that we talk to project coordinators, we talk to project managers, and these two people they recommend us to the representative of the organization. So these organizations are the one who involved in the decision-making process of this project. So they are the only person that can be representing the organization.
They were involved in most of the meetings in during this period, so I think they were the best people to ask this question. Yeah.
Well, as David said, thank you for this nice presentation. I have to say it's been very interesting for us, especially because you have just analyzed how are the early stages of an open innovation collaboration. In our case, we just analyze what happens after the collaboration. So it's been very interesting to see how complementary our works.
No, it's opposition.
Well, you can see the results of the two things. Okay, well, regarding the question of my partner about why did you choose these people, I have another question related to the methodology that you have used. Have you thought about using quantitative methods for the research? And in case you didn't, why didn't you?
Because our question is how and why. We want a deep understanding of the opinions of people. Yeah, we thought about quantitative to sound some, to send some surveys to prepare questions, but we thought it did not help us that much because we wanted to talk to them and ask follow-up questions and go to this discussion. But yeah, as a deep quantitative, I believe that it's not that much. But we are about that methodology.
And about the way you conducted the interviews, how did you deal with the ethical considerations?
We were very kind. I don't know. Yeah, in the, especially as you said, we didn't want any organization. We keep it as a, we don't make it personal because you see the group collaboration. So we should not make it personal. And those steps should be discussed in the group. So in the report, when we have quotations and we want to refer to someone, we keep it anonymous. So we just present the idea and opinion. Because people, yeah, because we see there is no point in person. So I think yeah, everything is okay.
Well, my next two questions concern the presentation and the way you have conducted it. The first one is when you say that you are considering this an interorganizational domain, what does it really mean?
There is some theory. They say when there is a mental problem, several organizations who are concerned with that problem gather together to tackle that problem. They can call this interorganizational collaboration or a domain. So because of that, because here in our case we see that there are different organizations. They see a sustainability issue in the problem and they want to tackle it. And yeah, so we define this
And about the
is it
user.
clear for you or really?
About the user and the degree of involvement of the user. You said that in the Living Lab, the user plays an important role. My question is, in which level is the user involved?
Users are not the same because they are not living there. But we ask about the expectation, how do they see the user?
They show that they have different ideas. Some they mention that they would like to just observe how they live in the lab, and also some of them they want to interact, like at least have interviews to talk with the user to learn more about how they think, how they feel. But some they show that okay, maybe some activity that work together, maybe in some workshop that they can co-create something together. So the user will be pushed as a co-creators that they can innovate by themselves and get supported from organizations that they have knowledge, they have skill to develop the solution.
So users can become passive active, but it's important to have the same understanding of the roles. So one partner that makes the users active, one person they should be passive when the project is going on. They see okay, what's happening. You have one question?
More questions?
I have one, which is, you have been looking at the multi-disciplinary lab. Which findings are some of that apply to other optimization projects?
We didn't focus that much on the innovation perspective of this project. Because as I said, we are open for innovation because there is no project here to see how it is doing and the result, how it is users, how it is, yeah, those stuff. But if you mean about applying practicability of this, I think for the most of the early phases of the collaboration project, it is important. I think you can discuss your project here because, for example, for this group, they were working in another open innovation setting platform that they found out that if they had this discussion at the beginning, the level of the success would increase. So I think these are the general issues that should be considered. Yeah, at the beginning of each inter-organizational collaboration. Yeah.
I have two questions actually. The first one is regarding the motivation that you mentioned. Why really become engaged with the giving? Have you heard about points getting access to future employees, the Chalmers students and PhDs actually, because very often this is motivation or incentive for companies to cooperate. So getting access to new employees in the future, the first one. And the second question was, you talked about they might not have a sustainability vision.
So I said most of, I said some of them and some of them.
Okay. And the question is actually the next step, would it not be appropriated to differentiate, to cluster these, we act as a stakeholder, as we have discussed, saying that front runners, the sustainability believers pushing the process, and the others are really more or less following, not to lose opportunities.
As we were thinking something about that, but as I mentioned, I didn't document the person to say these companies are first mover or they're really concerned and these are followers, and because if they read it, because we are going to send the report for them, if they read this, it is beneficial for sure. And maybe we do one shorter report just for companies, but because we are going to publish our report, we didn't do that in the report. But probably we are going to do that in a more personal report. So without it, it's not a good idea because we don't want. It is a group problem or group issue. It is not good to come to the company. Yeah.
I guess with the answer to all those questions, the metrics that you were talking about, is are you still showing the different companies and where they lie on the spectrum?
Yeah.
So you will be doing that?
Yeah, but not in the presentation on talking to.
But you won't actually be identifying the company.
Yeah, we can do that. But yeah, it's related to that technical issues.
And a follow-up question, do you think that open innovation theory, theoretical, is that actually, is it possible to actually have that work in practice?
In this setting?
Well, through your research, I know there are two examples actually good functioning open innovation.
It's possible from my perspective. I think it's possible, but it's a bit difficult, especially for this company that they are working maybe in low and intensive industry. So they're not innovate things. They just develop things and they just they not create a new product, but they just develop the solution to solve the problem that they didn't have in the project that I'm working with.
So they use available technology in the market, so they don't innovate technologies by themselves. Some of them. But because of that, but open innovation perspective, if focused on just user, I think it is very relevant to have the users and their ideas, and if we see that the partners cannot understand how to work together. But for the users, it is important that they understand how to work with users. That's very difficult. But yeah, if we focus on the user aspect of innovation, open innovation, I think it's good. Yeah. Can we?
That's related to this issue about open innovation. We have in this house here the SAFER, which is this traffic safety competence group together with the industry agency and research. And what they say about open innovation is that you have to have the question high up enough. So as soon as you go down into taking the issue and so it collapses, then people can go in their own offices and try to be, mainly bilateral in their working. But if you are interested in what caused accident in traffic, what happened in accident, what happened after accident, then you all benefit from understanding and innovating that in that area. So the question here is maybe to be able to do it in this setting, can you have the question on the high enough level about this kind of project? It's because it seems many times companies want to bring it to their practice, their everyday business, and then it collapses into very more specific issues. So that is a. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, one issue that we mentioned. Most of the companies, they say that they want practical results, and they show their concern regarding working with researchers. They say that the researchers are in their work and are in their office, and they make one report and say to us that we should do this, and they are not aware of the real world. And actually, they say our real world, which companies are working in on the researchers' work. So it is one concern of the companies, that how they can use the result of the researchers. So that is one issue, but I don't know how it can be reached. But I think a step from both sides are needed. Because from the researcher side, we didn't see any interest to go to those companies and work have more practical research. So I think the initial step from both sides is important.
But it must be about learning about the transformation to think new thoughts and all that. It cannot be
regarding each project or this
the whole idea to collaborate around.
Yeah. I think both sides should think about that.
That's interesting to see the context.
Yeah.
It's just an arena to demonstrate to branding, or if it is really to understand the new way of.
Yeah, some of the companies mentioned that they both is living that works as a bridge between university and industry, because they should say that until now there is a big gap between the results that are applicable. They hope that this living. Yeah.
Okay, Johan, and then your second.
Yeah. You were talking a bit about this, the living lab. We talked about the living lab concept in the entire presentation, and that is about innovation. And with this idea, I'm here to create a shared understanding of sustainability and the problem. When it comes to innovation, do you think wouldn't it be good that the different parts of the project have different ideas of what it is to create some kind of chaos to think outside the box? Or is this what you focus on in our way of streamlining?
As we said,
For the sustainability that we discussed in this presentation, we mean that they need to discuss about what is the sustainability. What are the key elements?
Yeah, key element, the criteria, the frameworks that you can put your project into. But still you can apply your expertise or opinion. But in this framework.
And based on that framework, they can start to think outside of the box.
Yeah.
So they need to base on something, based on some frame. So they are okay, they can agree upon from different perspectives.
How
do you deal with vested interests and honesty from individuals? Because usually when you're talking to people, they might be saying something, but they are not saying everything. So how do you deal with that?
We have the Bible. No. We trust them. I don't know, because
we try to, like, we have several sources. We try to check with the document that they mentioned in maybe in several documents that they have updated.
Yeah, those are mandatory. But yeah, what can we just trust?
No, I don't know. Yeah, acknowledge the fact that they. Because we were discussing this one time that managers want to show how successful they are, and they are not very willing to show.
So we try to ask a more specific question.
Ask them to provide some sample.
Yeah.
When they mention something that they want to.
Yeah. So then they will answer generally. We ask more specific. How.
Do you find any contradictions?
No, contradiction is bringing from general topic to specific yes or no.
Yeah. Just a comment on chaos. I mean, I think that in this project it is chaos, and I think there is something extremely good about that. To help pick outside the box, but then that's kind of my previous question about can open innovation really work? Because what seems to happen, or what I've been seeing happen, is that out of this chaos you get some outside the box thinking, but unless there's some structure or food to take you to a higher level that John mentioned to take you kind of out of that chaos, most companies will revert back into themselves and just kind of do business as usual. Because the chaos is too much for them. So I think it's really important to have that higher level of something to kind of bring you out of the chaos to something.
Well, to follow up that question, do you see that in this living lab there is such a person, such an actor that actually has this overall vision of the whole project and can form some structure out of the chaos and give some guidance to the whole group?
The point is that when we are talking about if you want to keep this project as a group work, so when you ask why don't you have any criteria for sustainability or these issues, as you mentioned, I want that the whole groups think that they are part of these activities, and all of them they together do this. So now I see some people that they have good ideas, but as I said, they want to keep it in a group level. So no one did the first action to say, okay, this is what we mean. What do you think about this framework? Let's talk about this. So all of them they talk, they consider it, but I don't know, should someone take the first action or no?
I have something to add, because as you mentioned about the characteristic of this company, the characteristic of these partner companies, they are not innovating things. So they are in the low-intensive R&D industry. So maybe it could be the role of universities that working in the new idea here. What should be the trend that we are going to discuss? What would be the new futures for construction industry? Maybe university need to help them to see that picture.
But if they have that perspective from the university, doing something in their work, they should have some kind of philosophy. But Holger asked one question to answer. That are they interested to have researchers and PhD students? Most of them they mentioned about not PhDs, just the junior students. They were interested to go researchers. But yeah, one of them I can tell you afterward. She was really interested to have researchers work closer because she see this project as an opportunity to push her managers to say that see the researchers they have a good result. So maybe we should improve our competencies to use these researchers. Just one of them, they mentioned explicitly that we want that's not.
Well, now if there are no more questions, then maybe we can head off for lunch. But
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to thank all the groups that we were working, the teachers, you, Daniela, and especially Shay. He supported us a lot during this project. Without his support, I think it was a difficult for us. And yeah, everyone thank you.
Okay, so we can head off for lunch, and I would really ask you to come 5 or 10 minutes before 1 because we have a surprise for you. And also for the students, I have to talk to you, so maybe we can have some time. Okay, see you soon. work in cooperation with that. I also played the violin.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, here's the surprise.
I compose this song during challenges, so I'm a fun presentation of my feelings, even fun. Thank you.
Okay, so now we can welcome the students that are going to present and give a bit more information about what the Challenge Lab is. So they're going to talk to you about the Challenge Lab. It's Eric, Linnea, Savannah, and Andres.
So we are the Challenge Lab. Yeah, so my name is Eric.
Each on the side.
And this is us. So we're from, I think, 8 different countries and 7 different master programs. And we've spent our spring in the building, the big brown red building, Kuggen. Well, working with our master theses, playing ping pong, speaking different languages, and well, yeah, it's been a very kind of multicultural and pleasant spring for all of us, I think. And as John, for example, told us before this morning, the idea with this Challenge Lab is to gather students and
not kind of give them or serve them ideas, but to let them be in this kind of space between academia, business, civil society, and from that, together with their own ideas, find a research topic. Helix, as some might say, or we. Our kind of overarching methodology is backcasting. And as Johan and Amandine spoke about this morning, as opposed to forecasting, when we predict where would the society go with if we change some things there or some things there, we start over here by kind of defining what should we strive for, what's kind of the purpose with our roles here as humans, and so we started here by kind of defining what future society wants to live in, and it was 4 kind of pillars. It was economy, it was environment, and it was society, and as a base of. And then on the top is well-being, which was kind of the ultimate goal. And then once we had done that, we went back here and looked at, so where are we now? What kind of problems do we have? How do the thing we identified there, how does it look like in reality? And then obviously there's a big gap. And in this gap is where we find our research topics. Yeah. Yep. Continue here.
So we had a double approach to the process during the C lab. We had an outside-in perspective and an inside-out perspective. The first one, the outside-in, is about getting knowledge about the specific topics that would allow us to address the challenge that we have defined. And in the outside-in perspective, we work with backcasting as the overall methodology, but then for each of the steps in the backcasting, we also receive knowledge from the coordinating team of the challenge lab, but also from different external actors. So for the first step, we discuss the sustainability conditions. We also discuss sanitary boundaries. We also look into economic principles, well-being principles, and society principles that allow us to construct that vision that we saw at the beginning of the session, and to define the criteria that would allow us to go to the second step of the backcasting process to analyze the current situation. And for that, we also got tools to analyze complex systems. So we studied a little bit of systems thinking and closed loop diagrams and different tools that allow us to understand that current situation. And for the third step of the backcasting methodology, which is finding out solutions that comply with such criteria, we work with design thinking. So we learn about the steps of design thinking and user-oriented thinking to devise such as solutions. And finally, for the fourth step of the backcasting process, we also learn about entrepreneurial tools and planning tools that would allow us to define the development path for achieving such solutions. And the inside-out perspective is related not only to the knowledge, but also to the skills that we had to develop in order to address those solutions or the challenges that we have. So it's not only about knowing things, it's also about communicating with people and about understanding. So we had basically two tools to develop our skills. One was self-leadership, and the second one was dialogue, stakeholder dialogue. On the one hand, we discover, with the help of external actors, we discover our strengths as leaders, our values, and we work together to see how we could interact as a group to have the best outcome possible. And the dialogue skills, which I personally thank the Challenge Lab, because these tools are very important, and from my experience, they are the communication is the biggest problem when you're trying to solve problems. So in the dialogue clinic, we were able to understand what does it take to have a better communication with different stakeholders, and what do we need to do to promote and enhance that process of communication. So that was the inside-out perspective that we developed in the challenge. Okay.
So again, to what Johanna said, I'm going to present the results exactly what criteria did we come up with. And we started here with the vision. And the vision is to have a sustainable future where 10 billion people can meet our own needs within the planetary boundaries without compromising the ability of future generations to do the same. So that is the vision we are striving for. And the criteria set up in order to know if we have reached that vision are divided in 4 different categories that both Eric and Paula have been talking about. So the sustainability criteria for nature is that we should not increase any human-made substances or any substances from the earth crust into the ecosphere. The economic system should be resilient, and it should maintain and serve the societal infrastructures. The society is about living together within the other boundaries, and it's about transparency and accountability that societal institutions should be trustworthy. And then we have the well-being, as Eric said, which is kind of what we strive for on top of the others, the goal. And that's to have every individual's basic needs fulfilled, like food, health, shelter, but also things like affection, leisure. And we should have the freedom of opinion, assembly, expression. And we also agreed on that social inequalities are not justified in a sustainable. So this was the criteria we came up with for the first step of the backcasting process. So now I'm just going to present the second step.
Okay, so the second step was that's actually going to identify the constitution in the world. So we studied the big trends that is happening all over the world. Actually, we put these images over North America, which is just kind of an excess and extremist way to see that maybe the part of the world is taking more of a remote power. I'll say this. I mean, it's having a lot of heavy things with it. Locations and more of our resources. That was a word. So we studied kind of the principal ones. So then came to our research question, and we understand. Right on this is spring 2015, we choose as a year for sustainable development. So we focus kind of our trends focusing on that state. We focus on overpopulation, or really rapid urbanization. We also focus on the kind of overconsumption of our resources. Yeah. We also focus on the really excessive, I would say, this overproduction of food. So we're not being sustainable. we're also, I mean, using our ground this, and we're actually checking out over our views and kind of combination of the trends was to understand what is happening and to come up with the areas we're interested. So everyone, I mean, each one of us, after the study of these trends, decided to see what is happening in different parts of the world and kind of the numbers that we're showing us. And after that study, we kind of choose our personal area of development, and then we start to work on our research question. So definitely these mega trends, the trends are kind of the fact that something is happening right now in the world. And not only these pictures about all the things that we already know about, I mean, what is happening, is showing us that we need to get inside these things. So as change agents, this is kind of all the things that we work on. So kind of was kind of sad to see all these pictures, but that was the way we understand the trends, and we keep following that. So next was
after seeing the trends, we started to see what are the sustainable projects going on in the current world. And most of the projects we looked into were basically in Guatemala. Also, some of them looked into projects from Canada and also Amsterdam. The projects that we focused on basically Untitled District 10, which is a project where they try to reduce the resource consumption by 90% in Untitled District. And this project has many other sub-projects, which is HSB Living and the projects that are going on in the Untitled area. And we also looked into the project in Frihamnen, which is a huge construction project, the project that is going on, where they focus on sustainability so as to avoid the over-flooding. And apart from these, some of them also looked into projects that are affected in Canada, which is sustainable building, which and project that is linked to the HSB Living LHPDs or in the morning. So these are the things that actually give some idea about which kind of area we can intervene in the system, and which project could help us to actually work along with the interest area. Yeah, after seeing all those projects and linking our interest areas with the projects, we started. There was a session conducted by John about our energy areas. We kind of had these themes: energy, open innovation, and buildings. So we started to map our projects and our interest areas in these themes, and we started to see our who else has the common interest areas, and that's how we started to find our thesis partner too. And some of them were some of them had their own ideas, own interest areas. They started the thesis all alone. But this kind of after having these projects and also interest areas, we started to map these two things, and that's how we came up with the research question based on the understanding of the current system and also the different projects going on. We started to form the research question along with the partners or alone. Yeah, this is the process that we had to see where our energy lies and who else actually has the same kind of interest in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to welcome Tania and Konstantin.
So hello, my name is Konstantin, and I'm here with my partner Tania. We're two students from the Master's Program of Design and Construction Project Management, and today we're going to present to you our journey into the criteria of sustainable urban development. We're going to introduce you to how it relates to the construction industry, with the trends to what are the trends in society, as well as our initial idea for research and how we wanted to achieve it. Following that, we'll show what challenges we faced when doing our initial research and what valuable lessons we took from it, as well as how that journey brought us to a new research approach connected with Frihamnen. But more on, we'll get to that.
So to begin with, there are several negative environmental impacts within the construction industry. One of those sources of these impacts is the use of materials on site, as well as the handling of construction waste. But currently, the overall life cycle of our residential building causes 10 to 20% of waste from the use of the product construction products. Another negative environmental impact is the increase of carbon dioxide concentrations. The consequences of producing CO2 emissions into the atmosphere have resulted in a negative impact on the environment. More precisely, the construction industry has a major impact on the CO2 emissions, accounting for 40% of the national CO2 emissions. So what is more, the current trend of urbanization is leading to increase the demand of residential buildings developing, which in turn will also result in increasing the negative environmental impact. The trend of growing cities will put an even higher pressure on the environment. So in order to stabilize the greenhouse concentration into the atmosphere, the European Union have initiated the target of decreasing CO2 emissions between 1990 and 2020 by 20%. New construction, renovation, refurbishment, and demolition projects will have to follow stricter regulations. And it is also worth mentioning that due to the complexity of the construction industry, in order to avoid negative environmental impacts, actions have to be implemented when decisions are made. To make the decisions effective and reduce undesired actions and impacts, dialogue and sharing responsibility has to start as early as in the planning phase. However, there is a shortage of the exact criteria of new residential buildings and what they must have. Thereby, it is important to have an important support for the sustainable urban development. So in order to understand this person's situation concerning sustainable urban development, it is important to analyze the current trends within the society. As shown in the figure, here are 6 main drivers in Sweden affecting CO2 emissions, and the consumption level is the highest trend driver. So the Swedish culture of consumption have resulted in that 76% of households are responsible for the CO2 emissions, and the government for 40%. The energy demand from households include private transportation, heating, and electrical utilization, but also the indirect energy demands, such as the energy from manufacturing, the consumers, services, and goods. So the population trend in mid-2013, the population reached 7.2 billion, and the population, which is constantly growing, as in the medium blue line, is estimated to reach 8.1 billion by 2025, and will pass the 10 billion mark in around 2050. The urban development is also noticeable within Sweden, more specifically Gothenburg city, where additional 150,000 people will be settled within the city by 2035. So in order for the city to create well-being once the development is made, it is necessary to create more offices, new construction, public transport, services, and further. However, this without compromising the needs of future generations. So the trend of new construction has set off significantly during the last 2 years, as seen in 2013 and 14, and it is not looking to decrease the upcoming years. The number of undertaken residents during 2014 increased to 40,000 buildings, which exceeded the average level of undertaken residents during the boom years of 2007 and 8, where it was about 28,000.
So, in order to understand how we can switch from today's urban development to sustainable urban development, the workshop was held during the Challenge Lab Phase 1. During this workshop, all of the Challenge Lab students identified several areas of change. Asking questions. The why question, which showed the reason for change, what is happening, and the how question, showing possible ways of changing. We chose to focus on the built environment because that is our area of interest. And our interesting trends for us were the waste in the construction industry and the urbanization trends, which motivated us to take this topic. Originally, our idea during the Phase 1 was to design criteria based on sustainability. And then, when analyzing existing projects, we chose Frihamnen as a case study because it's a district development project which aims to be sustainable and is important for the city of Gothenburg for at least the next 20 years. When formulating our first research approach, it was important to us to understand what are the perspective of just a sustainable house. Originally, we wanted to focus on the system boundary of just a sustainable house. Kind of got confused in the way. Moreover, the plan was to look at what researchers formulate as the mandate criteria for sustainable houses, and what exists already as formulated criteria supported by other researchers through building assessment methodologies. However, when we were approaching this way, we encountered many difficulties, especially when we wanted to integrate with Frihamnen and project developers there. It led to very broad, confusing results, but we'll get to that soon. It's important to mention that there is no clearly stated definition of exactly what a sustainable house should have in it. Only things mentioned are that the perspectives of both environment, economy, and society have to be integrated. So, but moreover, it's important not to forget the opinions of project developers who are involved in delivering for example, a new residential building, because they are the actors who actually formulate the demands, and how they formulate the demands is sometimes from a bottom-up approach, for example, approaching their key stakeholders or call residents through interviews or surveys. And then it's quite often that they contact consultants and contractors to actually understand how this criteria can be delivered. Quite often, consultants and contractors refer to building assessment methodologies when guaranteeing environmental perfection of the building or sustainability as well. And so our initial idea was actually to have the researchers, independent researchers at the demand creating site, together with what the project developers create, the building assessment methodology researchers at the supply creating site, and to see how these match together. And we will show you what happened then. But first, the methodology.
So the master thesis was based on a qualitative approach, and the two methodologies were used in order to achieve the objectives of the thesis. In words or in a picture. Thereafter, related ideas are developed from the central idea. Mind mapping may be divided into two guiding rules. One, technique, two, layout. And these guiding rules include 4 principles. 1, to emphasize images and colors. 2, using association to link ideas. 3, make images as clear as possible. And 4, to try to develop a personal mapping style. The methodology of SNOW is applied within the qualitative approach. This is where data is collected through recommendations among different stakeholders. The overall contacted stakeholders were about 11, out of which 3 were interviewed. The initial interviewee derived from the Challenge Lab's supervisors. As a result, the respondent suggested potential stakeholders within Frihamnen. The interviewees were contacted due to their position as well as their relation to the Frihamnen project.
So now on how we did our initial research, the first research approach. We performed quite a lot of literature review, looking at what separate researchers trying to focus on Sweden defined as demanded criteria. There were different ways and principles of definition. For example, one, reduce environmental perspective, reducing the CO2 levels. The criteria, according to that research, were technological development that reduces energy consumption, reduces areas of heating and housing, changing food and cooking habits, shift from air and car shuttle to trains, buses, and cycling, reduced overall need of commuting. Another researcher states another set of criteria also collected to reduce CO2 levels, change in behavioral patterns, implementation of technologically visible energy use results, the inclusion of a financial and social perspective, innovative production solutions. Then there was more research, this time connected with the low income levels of some of the residents, integrated stakeholder involvement in the whole building life cycle, creating accessibility and affordability for mentally friendly materials, affordable necessity-driven standards, providing financial incentives for all income residents, and capitalizing on the societal gains from infrastructure development, societal gains or individual gains, and so on. Researchers agree that when defining and discussing these criteria, it creates shift in action and support. However, not all of the criteria was so easy to find, especially when we encountered problems on what are the social criteria for sustainability. And so just to be on that, and especially when the question comes for good life, it's quite difficult to define what good life is. Moreover, even defining that, whose values are the most important in this question. Then we went to the supply criteria, and we chose several building assessment methodologies: BREEAM, LEED, Meyer Buildmat, and Modern House. So BRIM is the collection of global assessment methodologies for various project stages and actors aiming at designing and constructing, evaluating sustainable buildings. And it has a multitude of standards in it. And one, which focuses on residential buildings, covers the categories of project management, health and well-being, energy, transport, water, materials, waste, land use and ecology, pollution and innovation. LEED is a certification system owned by the United States Green Building Council, which also aims for design and also construction maintenance of environmentally friendly buildings. For them, the focus areas are, when we talk about housing, innovation and design process, location linkages, sustainable sites, water efficiency, energy and atmosphere, materials and resources, indoor environmental quality, awareness and education. Miljöbildning is the Swedish building certification system derived with help of focusing on Swedish construction and governmental regulations. They take into account the dimensions of energy, indoor environment, material and materials for Open House is the collection of assessment guidelines for Europe that uses the collaborative, transparent approach to develop existing sustainability methodologies into a common harmonized guideline. And the categories are environmental quality, social functional quality, economic quality, technical characteristics, location and process quality.
Stop. Before we go any further, we have mentioned the current situation in the construction industry, the trends, the methodology, the supply and the demanded criteria. But it's also confusing.
If you think that's confusing, look at how we try to map the supply and results. Yeah, it's confusing to say the least. The role model of sustainability that we try to create following our initial research approach was difficult. We try to structure it with separating according to each of those methodologies, but those categories that I mentioned, each of them has even more of the criteria within them. And we try to understand which are similar, which are different, but it just leads to confusion. And there was just too many criteria to grasp. Moreover, in the pursuit to identify the demand of the system and supply criteria, the comparison of those two led to a problem that it's difficult to see which criteria belong just on a housing boundary, which criteria belong on a district boundary, and we kind of got mixed up. And that also led to this confusion. And even if we could answer our original research, compare the design and supply criteria, the thing is that building assessment methodologies are constantly developed, and there are many research behind them. So what can we add there? It's a really small additional value from our master thesis, original idea, that be lucky if anybody actually read it. So it seemed that this was the wrong way of doing it. So luckily, though, we had another plan B, our Frihamnen case study. And could Tania explain what that is?
Sure, thank you. So the municipality of Gothenburg City initiated Centrala and to develop a vision as well as a strategy for the city's urban development in 2012. The vision and the strategy were in need to be developed due to the urban development plan. More specifically, since both the northern as well as the southern parts of Gothenburg City will undergo significant changes. So the vision of Frihamnen is the city should be open to the world in order to connect the city, embrace the water, and reinforce the center. Frihamnen is seen as a test arena where numerous of actors are expected to participate and contribute within the transformation process. The development of a detailed plan will take place in different stages as well as in different times. The first stage of Frihamnen is to propose to be completed by the 400-year anniversary of Gothenburg City in 2021. The target is to have built 1,000 residential buildings and 1,000 workplaces, as well as parts of the Jubilee Park. However, the overall target is to have built around 9,000 residential buildings and 15,000 workplaces in 2040. The detailed plan includes the division of the buildings, where the end result will bring about 50% of condominium apartments and 50% of rental apartments. The rental apartments will be divided into 3 different rental levels, where the first 25% will have the lowest rent with 1,000 kronor per square meter a year, and the other 25% will be divided between the prices of 1,400 and 1,850 per square meter a year. As for contractors, currently the different business models are being developed. Calculations are made in order to reach the levels for the rental apartments by analyzing how the condominium apartments can finance the rental apartments. So the criteria within Frihamnen have been identified to include the social, environmental, and economical aspects. Criteria are included within the overall structure, with a strong focus on the preparation of climate change. Additionally, there is a strong interest in rainwater, this in order to prevent flooding. Secondly, the social criteria includes the aim of reaching a socially mixed area by combining the perspective of children, elderly, young people, people with disabilities, and ethnic background. This through creating schools, kindergartens, as well as the living part. Thirdly, the economical criteria are not discussed enough. This results in that there is a clear need of development in this area. In addition to the criteria of Frihamnen, both Konstantin and I have identified the well-being criteria to be promotion of physical activity. This aims at decreasing car ownership and increasing walking and cycling. The promotion of physical activity will also create social interaction, which will also result in preventing loneliness.
So as you can see, for our future studies, we want to actually focus not on the whole world, but on Frihamnen, because it's a living project and an example which is currently at the detailed planning stage, where we can actually bring some additional value to. And moreover, we have identified from a top-bottom perspective while interviewing the residents what should be included in Frihamnen. So as they have their set of criteria, but we should really identify what is meant by those set of criteria, so know what exactly it is. And moreover, that can be done by a literature review, and we pursue that on each of those criteria. But what is more important here is to address the contractors, because there is already a list of companies involved in the project that should deliver this vision and strategy set by Frihamnen. And how to know exactly how they understand the criteria and the vision? Well, one way is to go and interview them, and before that, to send them those criteria again and have a survey asking how do you expect to deliver it? And they might answer it's a building assessment methodology, or they might answer exactly a certain way or number or something. And then it's for us to come there and to have an interview and to try to clarify what is meant and try to create this bridge between understanding, is this the vision and the strategies that Frihamnen wants, or is there some miscommunication that's happening here?
So the identified criteria within Frihamnen are carbon neutrality, stakeholder involved in the planning stages, public involved in the planning stages, mutual trust, physical activity, prevent loneliness, increase walking and cycling, decrease car ownership, high biodiversity, public transport and cycling, and low toxicity. So in order to understand what is meant by the criteria of Frihamnen, further interviews will be made to fully understand, for example, if low toxicity is referring to the toxicity of construction buildings or car ownership within the area. So Frihamnen wants the contractors to deliver the vision, the strategies, as well as the criteria. So one identified challenge is the difficulty of sharing the same vision. Further, it is unclear how exactly the contractors will deliver this. So this results in the development of a new research question, which is, how can contractors deliver a bottom-up vision stated by the residents? Thank you for listening.
We can welcome the opposition now. And you can come here and use the table if you would like.
The table was in tradition today. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you guys for your presentation. I think it's the presentation makes quite clear your previous methodologies and what you wanted to achieve. I think it's quite a relevant topic and also quite broad and complex. So I think I want to say that you were really you have a big challenge and you try to tackle it on the best way. We'll have some questions after your presentation, just for you to clarify what you have read from your report. And the first one will be starting with your title, the criteria for sustainability to promote
research. We take into account the project developer's point of view because that is the actor who actually sets the demands. For example, Frihamnen for developers. But to do that, we initially looked at research to support those demands, not just to take something that will not be sustainable in the end, or just something that the developer wants. And yeah, we used that in our case studies. So as you read in the master thesis, there was again the table. And that one was the table with, yeah, by the way, I'm not presenting that because we changed our research. But that table was perspective for Frihamnen, their demand criteria, and the comparison with the existing groups. That's how we do it.
Okay. Well, I think I will ask you a little bit about the theory also. I have a couple of that. It's about building assessment methodologies that you describe on basically about the reasons why you choose these four among the multiple that you have on the market, and also especially curious about, as you mentioned in the presentation, that it's mainly used in the US market. It's also suitable maybe for that type of market, for that market in the residential housing. So like why you choose these four, and also like especially
we choose four. Mainly we choose because they're internationally approved, very popular methodologies. For example, Green is not only used in also LEED, although coming from the United States, is also popular not just in North America, but also in Sweden. As an example, the headquarters of Skanska, Scotland, is awarded with the highest level of LEED certification. Even though, yeah, I completely agree. The certificate itself was created with first originally the data collected in the United States, and some of the maps into doing the evaluations and assessment refer to the conditions, for example, terminate situation, and so on. But still, it's popular, it's used, so we're considering this market. Miljöbyggnad map is a Swedish assessment methodology, so we chose that. And Open House is an innovative, really interesting assessment methodology that is actually a combination of some factors. So, and we just found it to be really good to include.
Wanted to have the bigger perspective.
Yeah, there were much more methodologies. The German ones, probably more international ones, but yeah, we limited ourselves to just those four.
Okay. I have a question regarding the methodology. You used the mind mapping, which we consider probably a bit outdated from the 80s, probably. In order to analyze more than visualize data, why did you choose this tool, like specifically the mind mapping tool, instead of finding some other tool?
Well, even though the mind mapping tool was developed in the 80s, the guiding rules and the principles that I mentioned during the presentation, they were applied after the development of mind mapping. So we had them develop that.
Another question about the methodology, like you used like a case study somehow in Frihamnen. So I would like to know how the approach that you follow helped you to like approach, especially the challenge question, which is the one that is involved in the Frihamnen. So I would like to know exactly what is the design to actually understand this criteria, if they actually help you to approach the research question.
Even though that the interviews were little free interviews, the people that were interviewed had the position as project managers, and that helped us to get quite some good data.
And regarding the challenges from research question 3, so yeah, that helped us to identify the challenges, and as we presented today, Also, the challenges of that, it's not just as simple as to look at the assessment methodologies. It's really important to understand what exactly is meant by those criteria. That is probably one of the biggest challenges. And
also that the criteria that we just mentioned, they were identified clearly. They weren't stated anywhere.
Okay. Could you suggest somehow like any type of solution for the developers in Frihamnen to actually address those difficult criteria that you just mentioned in your presentation, like quality of life, for instance?
One solution is connected to research we want to do now is to actually interview the contractors involved in this project and to find out how they, if they receive this demand, we want this and this and this criteria, how can they perceive this criteria? Because if they perceive it this way, that's the way they will deliver the project. And then the chair, if they understands it, if they can see that, and that's the one they were thinking about. Otherwise, it's also interesting to see when you the contractors, if they actually want another set of criteria, and these were just the ones that we heard, because then we could actually identify something that is communicated on a big level, but something smaller communicated on a stakeholder level. We don't know yet. This is what we have to do to find out.
But maybe if you want to find a solution for the social criteria, you believe impact will be something for the whole Gothenburg city, not just for the ones living in the area. So it's going to be the place to connect the city. So maybe that's the problem in the future.
So if you want to participate.
Yeah.
I have a question about the new research question. You mentioned the prevent loneliness, and which seems as criteria that are negative. They are to decrease something negative, and to have an indicator saying that there is progress in that. I wonder, have you considered to switch that so you have the criteria as a positive, above zero type of criteria, instead of not only to be increased trust or trust in the community type of criteria?
It could be referred to the social criteria as well, because they want to create this social mixed area, especially since the Gothenburg city is actually a segregated city. So they're trying, that could be, that's a positive outcome of that negative.
Yeah, of course, it will be, but I mean, the criteria can be stated as an above zero type of criteria.
So it's good. It's interesting to consider. But however, it's interesting also to know if that's what Frihamnen wants. Because the criteria that we showed, those 11, as we understood, were created to 2 years of interviewing the people. They're really bottom up, and these criteria are not as specific as, for example, special type of construction procedures or something related to CO2 levels. They're just what people thought. We want low toxic fumes, so they thought there was low toxicity. But we don't want to feel lonely, so decrease loneliness. And that sounds kind of depressing, I agree. But that's a case study. That's really what are the criteria, what they formulated. And that is something that I think can actually have a good impact. That if we go into that, maybe we'll find out that this, some of those criteria were not the best to take, but we don't know. We got to see.
Yes, you will challenge them in their test.
Yes.
Konstantin, more than a question, probably like some insight about what we just discussed, is that when you got into like this developer and the criteria they have, they seem to be quite, I mean, they're not technical at all, but it's more like just phrases you said, like sometimes you can, let's say, equality for everyone. That's that can have 1,000 meanings. So
Yeah.
it's quite difficult, probably for your further research approaching the contractors. You need to create some concepts in order to try to define those quality and give some idea, like I don't give 2 or 3 concepts that might help you to land or ground those, you know, like these meta things that you got normally from politicians or municipalities.
Well, are there politicians though? Yeah, okay, so, but, yeah, that can be a good thing, but the thing is, it's going to some to the contractors without anything that we tell them in advance that they say water system. We think they meant that. No, we don't know what they meant. And that's what's important, to actually find out how constructors understand this. Because this is a typical situation when, let's say, a project developer has really perfect ideas of what should be in district. And then they go to the contractor, and then the contractor says, okay, I don't understand this. Maybe you meant that. It's sub-optimized. The idea goes to the project developer. Yeah, but that's not what I meant. Maybe let's not take that at all. It's sub-optimized. And in the end, it goes back and forth, reducing. In the end, it's just the same district with just a branch without anything changing it. That can be also the reason behind this, but that's why we need to start now when it's the detailed planning stage, where decisions haven't been yet made, when we can actually go in and try to clarify what is meant here. Or because it's a good idea. Of course, it would be great to decrease loneliness and low toxicity. Yeah, but how? The question is. And that's the very questions we want to ask the contractors. How do they understand this criteria? And how exactly do they aim to satisfy this criteria? Yeah.
How does the criteria relate to like hard stuff, legislation, for instance?
They're so broad at the moment, so there's no clear definition of what they really mean when they say these. So I can't really say that.
To existing legislation.
Yeah, I don't know myself. I just started thinking about the necessity.
One big challenge is that in the construction industry, it's difficult to start a construction project, partially due to the higher prices behind it. But legislation, I'm sure legislation is partially changing to make it simpler. But here it's on a city strategy development level. It's a part of the strategic development. And the strategic development has close relation to the municipal area, to the political decisions in the municipality. So definitely on the macro level of the whole city development, it has a relation. But when we go smaller, that's when the difficulties start. Because for example, in Frihamnen, the plan is to have multiple projects within this whole project lasting for many years. And they mentioned that this would be something like a change arena, doing something different which already exists. And they agree that this will be difficult, but on the other hand, that's also a way to actually start with these criteria and actually challenge them. So you can say that Frihamnen is something that is also a challenge lab of the whole district. Yeah.
But also, I asked a similar question, and the answer was that they will meet the Swedish standards.
The Swedish standards are colliding with some of the criteria you set up regarding like well-being or something.
The well-being is not even mentioned.
Yeah. So are they conflicting or helping each other?
I know that they have this big challenge of understanding each other and making the contractors want the same outcome as they want to better the city.
One collision is how much power does Frihamnen have in the district. They cannot force the contractors involved to do exactly this and exactly that. That's against the laws. They cannot force them. What they can do, though, is to set up clearly the criteria, what they want to be delivered, and what is expected, what are the results. And as they mentioned during the interviews, the project developers, that they can use any building system methodology as long as they follow the strategy, the vision, and the criteria. Those are really broad, but that's what we should find out. Probably.
Perhaps where you can find some insights about legislation regarding if it's the municipality or some project developer that is a tender, there's a competition for to give a proposal. Like they say, we want this building with certain criteria. But normally, it's the one that wins. The one can make it like cheaper, and then it's interesting to see like how cheap can be sustainable for the criteria that they are imposing. So that's I think that's a big point of discussion for legislation.
And looking at the Frihamnen project, do you feel that they are very needing to orientate more their decisions on the
I don't think we're like, because I mean, the part of this question, so it's quite big.
For example, the financial perspective from contractors, not during the detailed planning stage, but not really the financial part of the district.
To divide the line between the contractors. Any more questions?
You will work what a little bit with it now. What is most important to you?
First, to fully understand what do they and then to address the contractors and to interview them and see how they can meet these criteria.
And the overall most important star here, I think, is to have this change agent, and if possible, to actually try to influence the Frihamnen project if we find out that they don't know how to answer these criteria. That's what to try to what is this about.
Because if they already had an so you will be the one who has the decision.
Yes, hopefully.
I would like to ask you, what are the main barriers that you have found throughout your whole master thesis project? What are the main complications that you came to?
So the biggest one for me would be the getting contact. We did try several times. I think maybe there's one person we really tried like 4 or 5 times until we finally got an answer from her. So that their time is so busy now since they're working with a detail plan. So
As was mentioned before, that here is a unique opportunity to define our research question. And yeah, as we found out, it is very important to actually define our research question. And probably didn't spend enough time doing that. So then we focused on this and tried to develop it, focus on something exact. That was challenging, yes, because we wanted to do too much at once. Maybe something like a PhD too early. But yeah, so yeah.
Do you think that the contractors can see the benefits with it, or that it's just an option?
I think it depends on the contractor if they want to better the city or if they want to benefit in the end.
I think that the contractors, of course, want profit, as all companies do. But on the other hand, it's easier if right now we can help and try to identify the possible challenges Then if they find these challenges when they already have signed the contracts and delivered, and suddenly the project developers say, but this is not what we want. But the contractor can also say, but this is what we signed on. And that's it. So now it's really important to actually clarify what is meant before signatures are put. This is a really delicate stage. Quite often it's the planning stage that decides everything. And even though planning stage is often are considered to be the most troublesome and yeah, it takes time, but in the result it still comes to that during the construction. There's so much costs involved and something went wrong, so on and so on, but yeah, it's this is when the planning stage where these things should be identified before actually things are built, buildings or district, and then it's important to then fix that with the knowledge.
I think that was one of the.
Well, I hope we will succeed with this project. If we are successful to build a sustainable area of Gothenburg like this, and have you already thought about how to export it to the rest of the world? Where will you start then? Is it inside Sweden or outside, or is it south, east, and the west?
All over.
I mean, the aim is to develop this kind of tool where it should be able to be implemented anywhere. So that, I guess that's the biggest.
I see. The tool is good.
Yeah.
And then end.
Must encourage you to build this machine what the contractors have in mind, and working also with the Frihamnen. And I found this really helpful in all around Gothenburg, new development areas and all around the world in a way. So if you find a way to fulfill this gap, I think it will be very beneficial for all the people involved in Gothenburg. So that they demand something, and they are looking at the vision, saying it's great, and then the result is not matching what I said. So if you kind of, I think I would be very interested in parallel with it. Fine.
I'm living to my Panuwat Chayabunjonglerd, where they try to develop of innovation to basically also sustainability on a more specific scale. The living your scale is going to be bigger. It could be interesting to their process and how they organize the process to get the business from the different partners to be able to do bigger scale with the contractors and try to have that understanding of how that they already have a position, and then is it going to work, or is it going to happen, or is it just blocking from the contractor? So maybe you have
Yes. The three companies, the challenges are the same. So it's quite often not even the size of the project, but the challenge itself.
I wouldn't say that the challenges are the same, but it's very similar, and I think that would be also how this
It's a little
problem somewhat that the month that the rent is already set.
Yeah.
Because then we're not in the free market. Here's the free market spirit. But the big amount of the drive over.
Yeah.
Okay, so they can then drive it. Because I was thinking what David said about increased loneliness. Decreased loneliness. And then when they call it the good time, the goda staden. And actually there's a lot of women with single women with kids going to Konstantin because there are yards where you can let the kids play while you can still be inside, just checking them to the kitchen window, and you know that they play with other kids. So it's not taking away loneliness, but it's enabled the kids to find friends. And that's a big driving force for doing that. It's actually the problem because there's a lot of single women with kids. So to find that kind of driving forces and to make those kind of statements positive. So I would like to move to Frihamnen because there I can find friends.
Yeah.
There I can live in a non-toxic environment. I don't need a car. Those kind of stuff would be on a big scale, not on the little scale, not on the big scale, and then probably make it. It still matters, but it kind of works on all levels. You could really find an example of good time.
Yeah, any more questions? No? Then I would suggest that we come back in 15 minutes, we take a fika, and then we listen to the last presentation. Okay?
Thank you.
Now we start.
Exactly. Now Exactly.
The enters and sits.
Yeah. So if you move all the way here, but not in front. Okay, now that everybody is here, back here, I would like to welcome and present Guillermo and Eduardo, and to the last presentation of today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, me and Eduardo are going to present our topic, which is a positive impact on well-being and energy-related behaviors in office buildings. This was a project developed within the Chalmers lab with a common theme of sustainable urban development. So let's start. The agenda for today will focus mainly on the issues that trigger us to start this topic. Afterwards, we're going to review the research questions and the methodology used in order to get our results and some insights. We're going to revise the theory behind it, and we're going to present a case study which basically encompasses our main and core theory on a practical way. Afterwards, we'll present the first set of results, and moreover, on an attempt to bring that knowledge and apply it on the context of Gothenburg, we'll present the second case study, and we will further continue with our final results and our concluding remarks.
So I will start presenting some of the issues that motivated our research question. First, on one side, I mean, it's a thermometer, it's referring to energy, which is maybe, but 40% of the global energy, it's basically due to the operation of buildings, and also like approximately 30% of the greenhouse emissions are also due to running buildings. However, when we look into the business costs, this is not really reflected. I mean, looking into operating a normal office, normally 1% of the cost is referred to the energy bill, and 9% is about the rental, and the other 90% is approximately costs of employees or people within the company. So these are like the two issues that started our research question. However, we started looking at different concepts like smart office buildings, green buildings, also like regenerative sustainability. This encompass more solutions. And on the other hand, we had like concepts that will involve more occupants, like for instance, behaviors, health and comfort, well-being, productivity, engagement. So this was the starting point where we saw like a connection between well-being and also like energy consumption in office buildings. So we try to bring this one in our research question. So,
and to give a little bit of background about this, we developed the phase 1 in the Chalmers lab, which where we had the opportunity to have some dialogue with the stakeholders and brought some current issues and projects happening in Gothenburg. From the beginning, we knew that we wanted to focus on the building environment and on sustainable office buildings, because we believe that not just now, but in the near future, buildings, especially working environments, are going to be the place where most behaviors related to energy consumption are going to happen. So that's why we wanted to approach that topic. It was quite broad, because when we talk about buildings, different project life cycle, and there are different stages that we can look at. But we decided to get into the operational phase, mainly because it's there where we can study the interactions between the operational manager, we can see how building system works and how the occupants interact all together. This phase specifically wanted to look at the relation between well-being and the energy-related behaviors. That's as a starting point or hypothesis is the key issue that can trigger lower energy consumption. Another important issue that it represented the longest period, the life cycle of this building, where actually energy reduction might occur. For this purpose, literature review was conducted to structure all these concepts and ideas that encompass well-being, energy-related behaviors, energy efficiency, green buildings, and so on. And to later on put it in a more practical way, and within the Challenge Lab, we got the opportunity to perform a case study in a green building in Vancouver. Here we went to our first research question, where we looked at what strategies and systems might ensure a well-being on the indoor environment and possibly reduce the energy consumption. And also we got afterwards to how to apply the strategies, because one thing is to visualize them and have it as a plan, but also you need to know how to apply them. And afterwards, on a final attempt to bring some of this knowledge to the Gothenburg context, which was our original idea from the beginning, we evaluated a second case study here in the city of Gothenburg. It's a sport and nutrition center, and we explored it with a semi-structured interview. First, to explore the practices regarding interaction of occupants, systems, and operational managers. And second, we discussed the applicability of the operational strategies, focusing on the opportunities and barriers. The analysis and discussion of this very last insight brought some of our last results and remarks.
Okay, so I will start explaining a little bit the theories on indoor environmental quality, which, as Guillermo says, is the focus point where we are going to look into the interactions of occupants in that aspect. And commonly, it's divided in these four concepts: thermal comfort, visual comfort, indoor quality, and acoustic comfort. That's the traditional way of doing it. However, I'm going to start reviewing some of the theories of thermal comfort, which are like the origin of what we will discuss later with the Sears case. And first, well, previously to the adaptive comfort model, there is another model that has been used for like approximately more than 40 years, developed I think in the 68 by Farmer. And it's the normal thermal comfort model that is applied in most of the standards and is applicable in all the buildings. However, one of the issues that this thermal comfort model has is that it only involves a physiological perspective of comfort. So it's called predicted mean vote, what you get from it, and also you can calculate the percentage of dissatisfied people. So you are already assuming that from the 100%, there will be, in the best case scenario, a 5% that will be dissatisfied with the environment quality. So adaptive comfort is kind of an answer to complement this initial model, and it was mainly developed on 98, the first model, and it was by the Brian. And basically, what it contains is that it involves like the other two comfort perspectives, which are behavioral and psychological. Behavioral is basically related to how can an occupant interact and adapt to the indoor environment, and that can be done through, for instance, operable windows, which is mainly what it's being applicable nowadays on that standard. And also, like the psychological perspectives, it argues that the conditions that the occupants have, for instance, outdoor temperature, and the previous experiences also have like can shape like the perception of comfort. So it's a bit more complex, and nowadays there are mainly two standards, which is ASRAE 55 and ISO 7730, and those two standards, especially ASRAE, are still like including the perspective of Panger as applicable to all the buildings. However, there is another case in which the adaptive model that previously I showed can be applicable, which is in buildings with access to natural ventilations and windows. And more recently, there is another concept that has been introduced, which is the habitat concept. And this basically is based on adaptive comfort theories. And it involves like taking users of or occupants of a building as active users. So they actually have they will interact with the different systems and they will adapt the indoor environment quality to their preferences if they have the chance. That is providing control. So that's one of the new concepts that appear when coming to when speaking about redefining comfort. And when looking into the impact of indoor environment quality, and one of the reasons why it's relevant is basically because it has been researched on how it affects, like discomfort affects productivity in different ways. There is no like a common approach, but it's been proved that when people feel too cold or too hot, don't perform in the same way. The same with the health, especially. There is one common definition, which is sick building syndrome, which is that encompass all the symptoms that you can feel in a building, especially headache, running nose, so different symptoms that probably all of you have suffered sometimes. And it's also proof that the correlation within the environment quality and the symptoms is pretty it's already proven. And also in terms of energy performance, there is approximately 60% of the energy that a building consumes is through lighting, ventilation, heating, or cooling, which is the four main ways of providing indoor environment quality. So this is also a little bit how important is actually address this on the buildings.
Okay, so now after checking some of the elements of the indoor environment that are crucial to the interaction with occupants, we're going to check occupants in two different dimensions, so the individual dimension and then as the social structure. For this, we studied the DNA framework, which is a quite recent theory. This framework divides the interactions with the indoor environment in four concepts, which are drivers, needs, actions, and systems. Basically, the needs refers to the individual space or dimension in psychological and physiological requirements that the occupant has in order to feel satisfaction and comfort in one space. These are the air quality, the thermal comfort, the acoustics, and lighting. The drivers basically is the environment where the occupant is set, and factors determine or might incite the needs from the building occupants. For this, we can find the environment itself, so the weather, how cold, if it's rainy, if all the time it's dark. You also have the time, which refers to the period of the day, if it's in the morning, how's the sensation through the whole day. The actions are the element that's tied these two concepts, which refer to what does the occupant do when they get some effects from the building. This can be the interaction, the actual interaction with the systems, or the inaction, which means like you don't do anything and you just suffer some kind of discomfort, really hot or really cold. You can report that discomfort if you are aware of there is a authority where you can complain about it, or simply just go or stay away from that. The systems refer to the mechanisms or strategies and processes in the building that the occupant might use to, let's say, to interact with the whole environment. This encompasses windows, shades, the use of space, and it might also include clothes regarding on how cold or how warm the individual feels. When we move to the social practices, we revised the theory of the show, and it's the social practice model. The social practice model basically it's a triangle of three elements. which are meanings, competences, and materials. The model basically represents these three concepts, which just individually doesn't represent anything, but tied together, they model the human activities in social structures. When we think about the materials, meaning and competences, for instance, we will look into speaking about materials, having which kind of windows, feedback and monitoring of performance. When we speak about meanings, is which concept of the space actually has for the occupant. We will see afterwards in a case study, but for example, you can create a concept of being the most sustainable building in North America, which creates some kind of positive empowerment for occupants. You will also need the competences which are related on the know-how and the skills of using your own environment. And that creates the social models. Now we're going to start with the case study, and we will show a short video. So relax then.
Okay, so this is mainly for you to have a more visual perspective of what is the building before I enter more into the specifics that are provided for inner environment quality for the occupants, which, as Guillermo said, is one of the key aspects of materials as we find in the research practice models. And basically, I will start with the system that they provide. It's a mixed model. It's have the strategies for natural ventilation, but also mechanical ones. And for instance, the ventilation it happens in the auditorium, which is that space that you can see there. And most of the buildings have natural ventilation access. For instance, there is like the possibility, and the atrium is a big space that is open with vents on top. So there is an effect to naturally ventilate those different spaces. And when you look into the office spaces, exactly, there are two. First, there is a natural ventilation from those upper windows. As I said before, they also have operable windows accessible. So make this ventilation as they more or less want. And then there is another ventilation system underfloor, which is basically supporting that natural ventilation. And it's basically also the way that the heat is done in the office spaces. When it comes to heating, as well, I think there was in the video shown one way it's developed. First, there is like a heat exchange system with the adjacent building, which is very important. And basically it takes the heating from the waste fume from the chimney and it takes it to the heat exchanger, which basically are heat pumps, and those are major for the heating. The other way that it has is like your thermal loop. It's a heat pumps that It also serves for exchanging like heat and also for the general distribution of the heating when it's not enough the rest of the building. Basically, the lighting, one of the settings is lighting 100% of natural lighting in all the United States. Obviously, there is also artificial lighting, which is controllable by the through a interface that connects them to the building management system. And well, basically, the other two concepts that appear is the building management system that they have to basically like integrates the different aspects of energy management, heating, cooling, ventilation. It also has the purpose of continually monitor what's the energy performance. Another of the things that they have is a permanently building technician, which is in charge of actually checking that the system is actually like monitoring properly and also like gather the data, make it more presentable for researchers to use in their future research. And the other last aspect is the feedback system. It's actually implemented in beta testing. And basically, it's a way of connecting this building management system to the users. On one side, it provides feedback on the different areas of the building. There is also like another two aspects, which is like it allows the occupants to change the temperature through a voting system on the office spaces. And the other one is basically that the users can also control the artificial lighting, like overriding the automatic settings of the building management system. So now we're going to.
So now we're going to present the first set of results from the case study. We have been through the theory and we have to like check the case. So just stay with us. It's going now. I think it's a lot of content, but it's coming up. So basically, we start with the serious case. I mean, we just get to know that it's a big concept. It's not just one space or how to approach a specific architectural style, but it's more like a whole concept of working there and actually how do you run the whole systems. So for that purpose, they have developed a framework with 22 different areas of technical areas of the building with approximately 100 different strategies that are combining health and comfort, operational maintenance, HVAC, and go on and on. But for our purpose, we just focus on the operational maintenance strategies, and also they have more alike to the topic and the approach we wanted to achieve. And these strategies were like spread in this manual, but they didn't have a structure in order to understand where can we set the well-being part in terms of assessing it inside a building, and where is the part that refers more to the systems and to energy consumption. For this purpose, we made some diagrams visualize how the strategies series might be applied on different ways on a continuously applied strategy. That is the first one I'm going to present now. Refers more to a short term, maybe weekly or even daily, and are the common interactions that the person have with the systems and the feedback they can receive. And we also developed a long-term visualization of these strategies. The continually applied strategies basically study the interaction with the system, the operational manager, and the occupant at an individual and social dimension. Strategy number one, provide individual comfort, aims at energy saving from mechanical systems, HVAC, and during the month in summer via the wise use of natural ventilation. At the same time, you are aware of how to use operable windows, get a higher tolerance to discomfort, and the positive effects on your well-being are likely to decrease if they have access to daylight features. The second part is the feedback to the occupant. The awareness of users regarding their energy performance will allocate their practices toward energy savings. Well-being is ensured by framing the expectations and protection of environmental quality. So that there are no misunderstandings of what you want to expect by staying or working at a specific space. Afterwards, there is the evaluation from the individual to the operational manager, which the case of SEARS is developed to the interface of the building management system. It allows an open and responsive communication channel between the operational manager and the building technician, which is another position that they have specifically for taking care of the systems and the occupants. This enhances the satisfaction and the possibility to optimize systems, allowing service recovery in provision of the indoor environmental quality. By service recovery, I mean, if the systems are shown to have a bad quality at some point, they feel more satisfaction if the service provider or the operational manager acts on a counter measure and provides a best indoor environmental quality. The last part is the feedback that the operational manager gives to the inhabitant individually or in groups. From the case study, we have the management system interface, and it aims to show the impact on energy consumption by the actions taken by the occupants. The feedback is purely and in a responsive way, aiming to shape behaviors of the occupants regarding the use of resources. There are several ways where you can approach it, but you can have it at a personal way, more from operational manager to the head of the department, or have a workshop or meeting where they will get the feedback. So people will have this social feedback all together, and they will in order to understand how well or how bad they are interacting with.
Okay, so as Guillermo said, there is another strategy that we decided that should not be represented to that model, which are the periodically applied strategies that are over a period of time, let's say half a year, It might vary depending on the Now for that one, we will show more or less what's the process of the building, because it's considered to be a process, especially focusing on the original. Some of them have a start in the pre-occupancy phase. As we name it. It's basically the training and awareness, and this is refers to before the occupancy. When they were designing the building, they already knew who's the occupier. So it's involving those occupants through interviews, giving tools, and also just before entering the building, they had an inhabitant workshop, which the purpose of first like showing how to actually use different systems that they were provided with, and the other purpose was also seeing the expectations that they have when they enter in the building. Another strategy that is very related to this one, but it's more of a theory and it's a little bit undetermined, because this is like conducting pre-occupancy evaluations and post-occupancy evaluations that will be like adding to the building during the period of time. And basically, the aim of the time is first through the pre-occupancy evaluation, understand which experiences were they living in their previous building, and later on, after a few months of occupancy, conducting an evaluation to compare the newest, the new experiences that they are actually having in SEARS. Then another one also involved in assessing the well-being that they are using is conducting post-occupancy evaluation. Again, but to hold all the occupancy in 5 years to assess that the well-being is being provided. As one of the objectives that they have is increasing happiness. That's one of the goals we're saying. And now I will jump from this part of the building to the as I previously mentioned, there is a building technician involved during all the process of the building. This is the last 100 years that we really need to fight in this a small case. And the strategy is basically annually done. And as I said before, the building management system is monitoring. So every year there will be reports on the annual performance that the building is having. And those reports are used for the next strategy, mainly. Basically, one of the purposes is also like a test bed. So they want to improve the solutions and try new sustainable solutions. And they will have continual optimization of the building systems. This is like encompassing a little bit the whole process, both the well-being that they are assessing to see what they can improve for, like, as I said before, increasing the happiness of the humans. Also, like the energy data that they are gathering continually. So this is again all the measurements in this periodical strategies.
So we are approaching to the end, and we already got to know what types of systems enhance well-being and approach the energy consumption problem. But now for the second question, and how to apply those strategies, we mixed our theory explored in order to develop a small framework which might be used by the operational manager as a tool to implement both the continually applied strategies with the periodically applied strategies. And it starts with the percentage, which is the awareness for the building for future development. It's understandable for everyone. This might be done by previous interviews, a pre-occupancy evaluation that's before it's actually constructed, building tours, or impacting workshops. These basic activities were knowledge spread, so the occupant will get to know what is going to expect after moving to a specific place. Or even if it's a tenant that is going to move office, it's already being built, it's also good to have some insights about how the space is, which systems they have, how to do them. The second step is develop competence by designing an easy follow accessible from the workplace without standing up, for example. The idea here is to create some kind of manual or a follow process where you can divide the systems, let's say, by thermal comfort or ventilation, heating, and probably show the occupant how to use them. The third one is, this is related to the social practices which create actually or enforce the social interaction and engagement of occupants to create a meaning to the specifically the systems or a concept that everybody is familiar with is to create an enhancement in the interaction of occupants. And the fourth step refers to the feedback that the user receives. Feedback on occupants' action on the indoor environment, easily understandable feedback. The spoken word at a management level, are two processes that, for instance, are useful for transmitting data. And last but not least, it's the continuous reinforcement of the whole process. So the 5 stages framework, and it's continuous improvement and repeated through the building life cycle, and maintaining space. And now the next step of the project was to look how to apply these strategies, which seemed quite challenging because, well, basically there are different practices from another climate zone, it's another culture, it's basically another working culture, we can say, and those were precisely the areas that we wanted to identify in order to explore if it's applicable or not. For this purpose, we got in contact with the environmental specialist of a building owned by Fika, which is the National Knowledge Center for Development in Sports, Performance and Health Promoting Work. Basically, for this purpose, we developed a methodology, semi-structured interview, where first we look for the interaction of occupants and systems and operation, and afterwards we discuss with the strategists about the applicability of the strategy in Gothenburg. Well, first, one of the insights that we got is that the Gothenburg is quite different, and whether in the Sears project, the building is owned by the university, here was a little bit different since they are a property owner. They own this pool, but they rent it to someone else, which is using it. And basically, they, as a building owner, might be also interested in know this operational options, since they will keep the building and they will try to make it a good concept for renting to different tenants. And in order to achieve that, and we're almost done, so please take us. We already have seen the Sears case study, comfort theory, and everything related to social practice. Our final results comes into professional practices. This is basically comes from the insight that you can put some practices applied in other places and just say, come here and start doing this. You need to find an intermediate way on how to approach and on how to apply them. We want to be really clear with this. We didn't try to evaluate how the Sport and Nutrition Center was performing, since the practices that they have been formulated since a lot of time. So they are embedded in education. They have their own process, which might be improved if we apply the Sears strategies. And for that purpose,
to explain a little bit, like we have a couple of examples of the previously mentioned strategies, and we have practices. We didn't even call them best practices. We just believe that they are really good. We have not the possibility to assess so many case studies to determine that they are the best. So what on the top is first like regular commission, and then we also have the responsive feedback that Guillermo was mentioning in the. This is more like an interaction between the occupant and the system of the building. This could be done, for instance, with visual, visual aspects, for instance, like lights on the windows when they need to be open, closed, or stay in this way they are. And then we identified what was the problem here. In the first case, it's basically like the procedures and the ways of working that they have. They don't have a regular commissioning and optimization procedures, so they basically act on the issues when they appear. And the other issue that they have is that optimization of the systems is always done after a certain time when some of them are starting to get obsolete. So a way of doing this one would be first starting, for instance, like starting testing the latest ICT to monitor the system performance. So you actually start with technology or materials in a way before you actually start working with planning and the new optimization projects that you need to deliver with certain time. To start this part to actually be able to achieve that one. And the same happens with this one. There was no instrumentation used in the building that would be established. So another option would be starting with periodical information, like having meetings with the occupants of the building to, for instance, like show them how to actually interact with the system and use the different controls that they are provided with. And that would be a good way to show them how they can optimize the quality. And another of the options is to be done, for instance, through the mitigation. You could start with the screens on the lobby if you have them, but you could start with a newsletter. You could workshops or something easier. You don't need to actually establish like a responsibility process, rather expensive until you prove the effectivity here. And some concluding remarks.
Well, so basically, concluding remarks. The case study suggests the well-being enhancement to the operational management strategies based on our semi-structured interview and the theory realized. We got the post-occupancy evaluation for different aspects regarding health and comfort, well-being, and how the occupant affected the building system have proved the well-being is enhanced. However, the reductions in the energy consumption are still not really attributable to operational and management strategies, since although we've got the semi-structured interview with the operational manager, the insights and how they are applying the commissioning of systems, it was not possible to have the latest measurements of energy in order to make a assumption on this matter. So for this more extensive study will need to be carried out. Perhaps also you have the organizational term that they are a little bit not probably that open with this kind of data, but there is still the opportunity to get some further insights if you explore this term. And the third one is transitional practice might facilitate the adoption of the strategy practice study in different contexts. They are transitional, so they are not imposing some specific practice to a context, but they will try to study the local possibilities and how to apply them and not just program. And that's all for us. I hope you like the presentation and start with the questions and answers.
Thank you very much, guys. And we welcome the opposition.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting, very detailed. That's the questions when you were just reading your masterpiece report. Although some of the presentation I think answered those questions, so we will not ask all of them. But still, we have some things we would like to ask you.
Yes, so while reading the report, there was a lot of literature review, a lot of information, and this for the Konstantin, I don't know so much about indoor environment because I think it's related. However, there was a few discussions made where we had some thoughts. So the start with the questions.
Yeah, in the beginning of the masterpiece report, we understood the topic and the research questions, so we continued. But when we got to the methodology, we wanted which methodologies you used to collect the empirical data.
Okay, for this one, the first case for structured interviews, in order to achieve that, we got the support of John Holmberg in this case to get in touch with the serious people, and the developer of the regenerative sustainability concept extend us or facilitate us the contacts that were behind the series. Since we were already starting with this well-being concept part of the energy efficiency, we wanted to have an interview with the post-occupancy evaluator at this point, which is the one that assesses the well-being, and also the operational manager for the commission, which could give us some insights on the energy efficiency. We ran a site interview with the post-occupancy evaluator, so we got the insights as well as the results of the cost-occupancy evaluation that supported the well-being part of the strategies and everything that has been applied there. And on the operational management side, it was difficult because we were supposed to have a Skype interview, but at the end it was of 30 minutes. So we got more the insight of the responsibility, which as you see in the diagram is this arrow that needs to check the well-being part as well as the consumption part.
Another thing, as I explained before, I mentioned the systems, and this is first before contacting them, the research on the building. One of the good things is that they have quite a few documents. You can view them on their webpage, and one of them is the building manual. And that was very helpful to actually know exactly what they have in the building, so we could start already knowing what the system provided and having that knowledge. He later asked about the issues that they had, especially with the Frihamnen and the pushing of some of them, like lighting and the heat exchange, for instance. So we could at least have in like backup which issues we can happen first for the frequency and also which systems do they actually implement on the building. So I think that's the way that we can gather and stuff.
As we understood, the behavior of the office occupants is highlighted in the climate zones, where the occupants in warmer climates prefer more indoor environment and opposite. So what is a reason why you chose Vancouver? Because the climate zones make difference.
Yeah. I mean, I think the climate zone is fairly a bit of this. I think Vancouver is a little bit warmer in winter than Vancouver. For example, the last it rains more than here. So, but in general, it's not comparable. But as you said, it really changes when you if we would have taken a case study in a really hot or warm climate. I reviewed some cases and some researchers that have been working, for instance, in Singapore that have changed a lot, I guess, guidance strategies when you see the systems that they are on. So it's true. We try to also so that the climate zone is not so like a big hinder for comparison. So that's not, even though they are not exactly the same.
So when we refer to the context analysis section, that was the second case study, and it was the Eduardo Navarro building in Sweden, built by Fika. So how do you compare these two buildings against each other? Is it a benchmark, and Fika is the and Eduardo is something like this?
Yeah.
No, it was a little bit more complicated than that. It wasn't. At the beginning, we were trying to do some evaluation. We were actually more from the neutral point of view, where actually it was a little bit difficult to find a building that matched with the square meters, building systems, and everything according to series in Gothenburg. We tried the different parts, but it's not that easy to get the openness. So basically, when we got into the Idrottsfolkskolan, it was a recommendation from the company itself, and we were open to get into the building, and we were more interested rather than the systems or how the building looked like or windows or whatever. It was much more about the operational strategies they use to approach problems on the indoor environment. I would say that was the starting point in order to evaluate, or let's say to study.
So as we were reading through the text, we understood that letting the users control their environment increases their level of satisfaction. even if they don't use the tool a lot of time. How does that influence energy consumption?
Well, I mean, as we said, we cannot completely attribute the energy levels of the energy performance of the lighting separation studies because there are other different aspects involved, from the passive design to other aspects that have taken into account. I mean, as you said, it's not just a operational study, it's actually just a small part. So we cannot really attribute the fact for the research and monitoring the continuity, for instance, applying and see if there is an effect. So it would be more ongoing process that it will take time, which we don't have actually. So we do not completely attribute, but when you look into the research, and especially on adaptive content, there are two perspectives. One, that the research is positive, and this is for instance in this case. I think they compare a few, I think there is in California also, I don't remember the other parts, and they really have a great impact in this of comparable windows, especially warm climates. I think was huge, the energy savings that they achieve. And other types of activity, for instance, there is a project in Japan that was 5 years ago, which it's about changing the clothes style of the clothes codes. Some suits, more suitable ones for summer, which is called movies, and maybe some of you have already heard. And it was implemented on public buildings, and it also had a huge impact on the reduction of HVAC, as they basically, the government of Japan established like the policy of we will not ventilate the buildings unless they are over 25 degrees. So people had to adapt their, I mean, they were encouraged to adapt the clothing, and that was one of the reasons. They didn't really affect the comfort of them. Yes, they changed the way that they were going to do the job. They adapt to that conditions. And still that a huge impact. So there is indication that when you apply adaptation is just providing an environment quality that is perfect for everyone, or at least for 90%. There can be savings. However, there is also another in control, because there are some behaviors, like I think it's called crisis of discomfort, where you put too much, for instance, the thermostat, so you will suffer another crisis of discomfort because it's too hot. So people don't really know exactly how much they actually change. So they normally overdo the change. There's both cases. In that sense, it's kind of
About phase one, this question that we came up now, what were the methods from tools from phase one that you used?
Again, it was at the beginning. It was basically for the research question. So I think we present backcasting, dialogues, leadership. Those were mainly the reason. But at the end, we also reflect upon how it influenced, for instance, like choosing well-being, energy efficiency, choosing the aspects in well-being was mentioned quite a few times, especially well-being. So somehow on the influence on the selection of the topic, I think it was huge. And also we had reflections on what we are doing in somehow like a similar way, because we are really keen to some of the practices that we have some kind of solution that it could be assessed if they are the best or not, because there are more cases that could be addressed. But we take that concept of the solutions and we try to find these facts. So we also kind of reflect with the that's what the reflections that we have at the end of the report. And actually, that's the new process.
Do you have another question? Because I think we're a bit short in time. Maybe we can open up the questions for everybody else. Or you can take in the questions for everybody. Okay. Somebody has a question?
People who are working think about it, giving feedback, is it the people people have some responsibilities.
But I'm thinking about this. The people don't think about any some behavior. So which perspective do you have that you see that people have responsibility?
I will say, yeah.
From the situation
Yeah, but I think that's a good question, and it would, from my perspective, it would depend on in the use of the building, like what does that building was designed for, because then depending on what's the use. I mean, you can have offices, but it's not the same the office for some interactive researchers and, for example, the office of some IT guys, right? Different profiles of people, and they would like different concepts to interact with their environment. So I think right now you are like the building systems are evolving, and you have much more than just the concept of spaces, but you have the whole concept of a building and how the experience of the working there, or actually interacting with which kind of systems. So I will say that the occupants are not really, they are not probably responsible for that, but if they are responsible, they could miss the opportunity of experiencing different building systems or new technologies.
I like the comparison of the 1% is energy cost and then 90% is the staff, and then unconnected to well-being. I understand your question because you're actually working with smart applications. But it's interesting to say how you connect it to that they actually like to be in some way in comfort. For example, when we talk about opening a window, now most of the windows in Chalmers are not able, we are not able to open it because then we will crash the system. We would like to open it in order to have control over ourselves. So I like that similar discussion. What do you think it will work with? Or do you have any ideas?
I mean, I have personally another opinion in this one. I think I previously mentioned in the under environment quality that there was a perspective that is really redefining comfort. So the way that have it nowadays is 23 degrees, nice conditions, and having some control and everything. But we don't really think about energy. So when an operational manager comes there, it's like, I can reduce the consumption maybe to the minimum in a place or something, but there is a limit where you cannot go over that one because people really complain. So I think like these studies also have like kind of engagement and kind of body of the occupants like are normally considered like I go there, I don't care about what's happening, I just want to be like comfortable. So if you have that one, I really like change a little bit this perception of 23 degrees and perfect conditions that we have so far, and then we can actually reduce more energy than just going through the efficiency pattern. I think, I mean, we didn't mention much about this in the results because it's more there's not a big we can difference a little bit there also.
There's just in addition, it might be interesting also to look in the advanced compounds, because maybe it's without any effect on the energy consumption in offices, for instance, that we can cope much better with different temperatures. Much better acoustic comfort in the offices. And this might also make us to really take different range of humidity and like this. And this is interesting without any information. This is what I think we should look more in the future.
Yes, as you said, I think this is a quite broad topic that can develop into further new discoveries. There is, for example, the activity-based workplace, and what does that mean? And it's basically ways of interacting with your workplace and based more on the practices than actually on, like the spaces or where you are destined to work, because that's where you should belong. And I stick to my position that it depends a lot to the users or the occupants of a specific building, because profiles and people are different. So you will have different types of, if you are more like curious and you want to interact with systems, if you are interested in that, or you are more the like straight guy that just go to work, I just want to have 22 degrees, I don't care, 4 or 5 hours, and then I go back home. Also, I think that's important also to look at how the profile of people is changing, and what they want and how do they want to interact with the spaces.
What do you think is the greatest social benefit in well-being by actually having this type of systems?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think, as I said, like control, it's another aspect that it's usually not considered. So it already like increases the like tolerance to discomfort somehow. So you are have a wider range for you to be comfortable. I think that's already been proven with this adaptive model. However, what is there? I mean, you could always argue that these strategies can also have like engagement within the occupants, and that's another positive aspect that could also be applied in the wider system, like entering in social interactions, entering in other aspects, maybe through the workshops or through the feedback that you are providing, or different communication channels can also like make higher engagement. I think in general nowadays in offices is more like, as I said, you go there and you really care about the energy that you are consuming. You want the best conditions for you. So you don't have this engagement or this feeling of ownership somehow that would be able to develop also. But it's more complicated to argue that aspect.
I think one of the best things that you can get from this insight is it creates teams of people, and that's a topic that is actually getting trendy now, because as we know, like the workplaces or offices were designed for extroverted profile of people, but having less interest on the introverts. But right now there's like some balance, or introverts get much more attention. So how do you balance that? It's you create concepts or meanings to the spaces, so you can gather people who is more like extrovert and talkative, and build teams with the people that it's more looked at the problems, or it's more quiet, and they will probably need different spaces to interact in the same workplace. So it's also a further topic of research.
Is there any more questions? No? Well, thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for coming very much. For those who are coming tomorrow, we'll be having some presentations on the topic of solar PV in residential building or residential sector. Also stakeholder management and solar projects, circular economy, and I'm missing one. Urban bioplanters for water treatment. So thank you very much for today. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cheers.